Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the technical sessions for the environmental assessment of the GNWT's proposed Mackenzie Valley Highway. It's a big crowd. Our technical sessions are normally a lot smaller, a little more intimate. We want to start the day off in the right way. First, I want to have an acknowledgement that we're in Chief Dragi's territory, the home of the Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Also, the home of Treaty 8 and the more recent home of the NSMA, and we're in Montfugoga Danidle. Rather than just list the groups, I also want to personally acknowledge that the review board recognizes that white settlers took a lot of things and did a lot of harm here, and some of those harms continue today. And reconciliation is one of the ways that we're trying to make things better. And co-management, which came out of the land claims, is one of the ways that we're trying to make decisions better in the ways that Indigenous groups said they want decisions made here that is in some ways different from other parts of Canada. And so just I want to bear that in mind. It's sort of what we're doing today is not disconnected from the land acknowledgement. It's part of trying to recognize that and work towards a better future. So with that, I'd like to call up the Yellowknives, the YKDFN drummers to start us off right. Thank you.
Hello. On. Hello. Hey, I want to welcome you guys to Yellowknife and say that coming to this meeting here, we're always thinking about the land and environment and making sure you think about the people as well too, because all the times everybody's struggling in the communities, and especially up Mackenzie Valley with all the different costs that are coming through and all the hardships that are going through in the communities with all the social impacts that are happening and all the new social impacts that come with the roads as well too. So you always got to think about the people there and making sure that you make the right decisions for everybody. And the truth and reconciliation thing that is spoken about a lot. And the main thing that's taught, the first thing that's taught is truth. Understanding the truth, making sure you try to find the truth in everything. And like with Dene people, Yellowknives Dene, we've been here for thousands of years. As everybody else, we all share boundaries with different tribes towards the west, share boundaries with the east. And the lake is a boundary for the southern one. So we always have to tell about the truth all the time and make sure to remind people, because a lot of times we're the ones who are going to end up here at the end when all the oil and gas is gone, when all the mine is gone, when everything else is gone. Our families are going to be here. So you got to think about not our generations, but grandchildren, great grandchildren, great grandchildren. So you always got to try to pray for them and hope for the best. All times with government, I always keep telling them, you need to let go. You need to let go and let the First Nation govern themselves, because otherwise it's just things are not going to move forward as much as they should. I would say prayer for everybody. I hope everybody had a good journey here. I say prayer for all the people that couldn't be here. I say prayer for all the people that are sick and ill at home and in the hospitals. And have think about good thoughts for the future, and make sure like these drums help with the healing. A lot of people always say that people need healing all the time, so you always gotta try to heal as much as possible and just make sure you're ready for a future. So we'll do that song here. It's angels in the sky watching over us. Just give thanks to everybody for being here.
like to recognize and thank the sound guy for taking care of that high-pitched whine. And I'd like to recognize and thank Tim Lenny for the opening prayer, as well as the powerful drumming from the YKDFN. Before we go on to introductions, well, I'll introduce myself. My name is Alan Ehrlich. I'm the manager of assessment at the Mackenzie Valley Review Board. Maybe we'll do a round of, actually, we'll do introductions organization by organization, and then we'll go into some opening comments before we get into the useful technical discussions. So, okay, so my name is Alan. There are other members of the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board here. I'll make it clear that every person from the review board who's in the room here is staff. We're not board members. This is not a hearing. We are not the ones who decide. We provide support to them. And so normally our technical sessions have a very different demeanor from hearings because they're less formal. They're more constructive discussion. And I'll talk more about how that has worked in the past and how we hope it will work for this. For the review board, I'm just gonna name everyone to save time instead of passing the microphone back and forth. My executive director, Mark Cliff Phillips, is to my right. To my left is the senior environmental assessment advisor and project lead for this environmental assessment, and Catherine Fairbairn. Clementine Bush is the primary supporting environmental assessment advisor for this assessment. John Nishi is a consultant from Eco Borealis, who's an ungulate specialist who we've retained for this environmental assessment. Chuck Hubert is a senior environmental assessment advisor. Mallory Nerlangayak is an environmental assessment advisor. And Simon Toogood is a senior environmental assessment advisor. And so Tanya Lance over at the door is our manager of engagement, partnership, and I always get this part wrong. Manager of partnership, engagement,
partnerships and outreach.
say it.
Manager of Indigenous engagement, partnerships and outreach.
Yes, that's it. Manager of Indigenous engagement, partnership, and outreach. But we always call it engagement for short, and so it's hard to remember the whole thing. And Donna Shear is one of our engagement specialists. Although I'm willing to bet the title's actually longer, like the thing I forgot. Okay, I think I've got the whole review board side. Now I'd like to turn it over to Seth Bonnet from the GNWT so he can run through the small army of experts that are here to help us today.
Thank you very much. I echo your sentiments. Thanks everybody for coming. And thank you to the YKDFN drummers and for Tim for the opening drumming and prayer. For those that don't know me, my name is Seth Bonnet and I am the Director of Strategic Infrastructure for the GNWT's Department of Infrastructure. I'm here today. I oversee the environmental affairs team that is leading the Mackenzie Valley Highway project through the environmental and regulatory phases. With me today is Patricia Coyne, the manager of the environmental affairs team. I'll do the GNWT folks first. Behind us, we have Kelly Barassa. He's a senior environmental analyst on the project. We've got Ziar Rahman, who's one of our geotechnical managers. Did I get that right? Design and construction manager, apologies. From the Department of Justice, we've got Julia Payet. Nancy from the Department of Environment and Climate Change, James, Environment and Climate Change, Allison from Environment and Climate Change Project Assessment Branch. And then at the back of the room, we've also got some folks from Health and Social Services. We've got Zoe, Melissa, And then we've also got our consultants with us here today. So from Calistantec, we've got Erica Banam, Walter Orr behind me, and sorry, Gavin Howe. I hope I pronounced that. Apologize again. And then we've also got from DPRA at the back there, we've got Tim Rashawn. We have several folks joining us virtually as well, and as and when necessary, we'll introduce them.
Thank you. Can I now ask PKFN, Petsiki First Nation, if you would be so kind as to introduce the folks that you've brought to the room?
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here and to see everybody. My name is Sharon Pelosi. I'm a lands director for Petsiki First Nations, and should we just let everybody introduce themselves, or? Yeah, I'll just quickly. On my right here is Jane Henderson, our legal advisor. And sitting behind her, that's Chief Jamie Moses. Next to the chief is Jason Horsey, counselor. Next to Jason is Albert Cleary, counselor. Next to Albert is Nicole Hardesty, counselor. To the far right, we got Darcy Moses. He's a board of director for Petsiki Contractors. Next to Darcy, we got David Moses, counselor for Petsiki First Nations. Next to David is Freddie Lenny, counselor for Petsiki First Nations. And we got Jensen Cleary, counselor, Petsiki First Nations. George Moses, board of director, Petsiki Contractors. Next to George is Ed Kembrinke. He's the manager with Petsiki Contractors. And Tim Lenny. He's a board of directors and of Petsiki Contractors, as well as an elder of Petsiki First Nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And now Lidliquay First Nation. Dieter, do you want to do the introductions?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dieter Kazon. I'm the manager of lands and resources for the Lidliquay First Nations. Today I have here Raya Thomas. She works with LKFN. She's a young member. She participated in a lot of information gathering for the technical hearings, and she just wanted to come to experience the technical hearings and what the apex of all the work that we do and present is going to be about. On Zoom, we have Trinica Gassmeyer and Andrew Bubar. From Tamarack Consulting. They'll be also commenting with LKFN. Thank you.
Thanks, Dieter. Now we'll go to SSI.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see a lot of faces here that I haven't seen for a long time, friends and family. And hi, Tim. I'm Todd McCauley. I'm here on behalf of the Sawtooth Secretariat. 2019, the SSI signed an MOU with the GNWT supporting the construction of the Mackenzie Valley Highway. My normal job is a regional superintendent with infrastructure, but I'm on loan to the SSI for a couple of years to help promote and support the highway. So, good morning, everybody.
Thanks. And GTC.
Van Guinzi, good morning, everyone. Sorry. I am Kanda Kolanyama. I represent the Gwich'in Tribal Council this morning. And on Zoom, I have Rari with me that will be supporting and commenting. Thanks.
Thanks, Kanda. Can we now go to the Satu Land and Water Board?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Natalie Lipa with the Sawtooth Land and Water Board, a staff member.
Good morning and welcome, Natalie.
Chalita.
We also have folks from the Toledo Renewable Resource Committee. Committee or council?
Council.
Council, sorry, the Toledo Renewable Resource Council. If you could please introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning, Nakala. My name is Pedro Gandro, the president of RRC in Toledo. Masi.
Good morning. And at the same table, we have Fort Norman Métis Community representative.
Judith Wrightbird from the Fort Norman Métis community. I also sit on the Mackenzie Valley Highway Working Group for Toledo.
Thank you. And we have representatives from the Delaunay-Gosseline government.
Hi, I'm Todd Slack. I'm a contractor working on behalf of Delaunay-Gosseline government.
Are there any other Indigenous government organizations that are here that I haven't got to? I think we got them all.
Or that are online.
Or online.
There might be-
This is Stephanie Kearns for the Delaunay Renewable Resources Council, and I believe we have a couple other scientists online that are representing the Delaunay Renewable Resources Council as well.
Can we ask you to repeat that one more time? It was a little quiet in the room and we're just adjusting the volume here.
Oh, sorry about that. Hi, Stephanie Kearns. I'm legal counsel for the Delaunay Renewable Resources Council. And I believe we have, they might not be on yet, but there'll be a couple of scientists joining that will also represent the Delaunay Renewable Resources Council on the call.
Great. Do we have any other Indigenous government organizations online? Okay, we are grateful about the amount of participation and the number of Indigenous governments that have organizations that have come to take part in this. We appreciate that there's going to be knowledge and information that's going to lead to better decision making, because we're going to have a better discussion because all of you got here either physically or I guess online, spiritually online, you know, to be here one way or another, and we really appreciate that.
But just the feds left for any
Okay.
questions.
And now we have federal government departments that are here as well to provide their expertise on the subjects that we're looking at. And I'm going to ask Shannon Allerston to go through organization by organization to do their introductions.
Thanks, Alan. I'm Shannon Allerston. I work with the Northern Project Management Office with CANOR, Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. And with me is Chantel Gray. And I'll just pass it over to Cernak and maybe go from front to back of the room. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Megan LaRose. I'm an environmental specialist with Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. Also attending portions of the sessions virtually across the next 3 days. We'll have Matt Bender, Manager of Nutrition North Canada, Jennifer Walsh, Senior Environmental Policy Analyst, Chris Rose, Lorena Garcia Zayas, and Michael Stanuski, all of whom are environmental policy analysts. Thank you.
Matt Bender and I started working here together in 1998 for the Independent Environmental Monitoring Agency for the, at the time it was it even called Ikati Diamond Mine at the time? It's been a long time since we've been in the same room working on the same stuff. Look, appreciate that you've got a range of folks from Cernak. How about DFO?
Hi, Tatiana Leclerc with Fishes and Oceans Canada, the Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program, and I have Natalie with me.
Thanks, Enercan.
Thank you.
Peter, I got a request that you could do that again with the microphone. It's for, we're having our session transcribed for the record.
Absolutely, my
And so it's
apologies.
really
My
useful
name
to
is
do
Peter Unger. I work with Natural Resources Canada in our Impact Assessment Division in Ottawa. And I will be joined virtually by our permafrost expert, Sharon Smith, on Thursday. Thank you.
Thanks, and Enercan. Sorry, I'm looking at transport, but I'm saying Enercan. Eventually this coffee kicks in and I get at least 20% smarter. Transport Canada.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. My name is Scott Kidd. I'm a regional environmental advisor with Transport Canada. I'm located in Winnipeg and I work with the Prairie and Northern region.
Thanks. Health Canada.
Good morning. My name is Aisha Sohil. I'm an impact assessment specialist with Health Canada, and joining me online are my colleagues Nicholas Warwick and Julie Anderson. And I'm from Edmonton. Hello.
Thank you for coming here for this. And finally, Environment and Climate Change Canada.
Good morning. I'm Melissa Pinto. I'm a Senior Environmental Assessment Officer with Environment and Climate Change Canada. We have a few folks online. So Jennifer Sabrin, Environmental Assessment Officer, Gabriel Bellavance, Environmental Assessment and Emergencies Analyst, Sarah Forte, Water Quality Analyst, and Robert Nissen, Air Quality Analyst. I'm going to hand it over to Bridget beside me to introduce the Canadian Wildlife Service team.
Good morning. Bridget Campbell from the Canadian Wildlife Service. And with me online, I have my supportive team, Sam Hache and Eric Reed for the bird experts, Kimberly Daw for caribou, and I have Sabrina Plura and Anna Graham from our National Capital Region.
Okay, and we've got two folks online, one of whom is from Norman Wells. Can you introduce yourself, please? I think we have someone from the Norman Wells RRC online.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Lisa McDonald from the Norman Wells Renewable Resource.
Thanks, Lisa. And last but not least, we have the Satu.
I'm our Secretary Treasurer, who will be Director of Seattle Wells County.
I'm sorry to say that our connection wasn't great and you're cutting in and out. Can I ask you to repeat that, please?
Okay, try again here. The internet's not too great. I'm from Whitehorse right now. So we have Rhea McDonald, who's the President of Secretary Treasurer, Margaret McDonald, Elder, and myself, Lisa McDonald, from the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council.
Thank you. Is there anyone else participating in the session who do we still have the SRRB? Are there participants from the SSRB who could introduce themselves, please?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Shannon Bauer here from Planet North. I'm sitting in on behalf of the SRRB. I'm not able to join you live today, but looking very forward to seeing all your faces live over the next few days.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that concludes introductions. Is there anyone that I've missed? Petra De Bastiani, could you please introduce yourself? Can you please introduce yourself using a microphone?
Pietro De Bastiani, interested party. Worked on this conceptually in 1990, and this is like going back to school. Thank you.
And I'd also point out that on behalf of Gwich'in Tribal Council, Rory Carthew is online as a consultant for them. Yeah. And so we welcome Rory. Okay, before we get to our opening presentation, and I thank you all, like I said, this is a really big technical session. And part of that is a reflection that it's an important project and there's a lot of interest in it, right? And that it's a project that could potentially cause a lot of change and that people care about. I just want to sort of set a tone before we get to the opening presentation. A lot of people who don't work with environmental impact assessment a lot or impact assessment, they tend to think it's about whether projects get a thumbs up or a thumbs down to go ahead or not. And in reality, that's actually a pretty rare outcome. It's pretty extreme that something gets rejected. Our board certainly has not done that very often and has never done that when it sees any alternative. Most of the time, what happens is the projects that come into environmental assessment, they've been designed as well as they can by the people proposing them, but the people proposing them can only see through their own eyes, not necessarily through the eyes of the people who might be affected by the project, who live around the project, or who are responsible for taking care of some of the ecosystems around the project. And so getting the direct input from those groups can help people recognize where there are vulnerabilities or improvements that can come out. And as a result of environmental assessments, pretty much every project comes out substantially improved from the project that went in. This session today here is not about whether or not people want the freedom to move or whether or not people want to have roads in general. The issue here is how can you build a road better? How can you make it better? What kind of concerns do people have that they think should be considered in the decision making about how the road can go ahead? I mean, technically, legally, there's an if, but practically most of the time, this is about building a better road. And if a highway is going to go ahead up the Mackenzie Valley, I think everyone wants it to be the kind of highway that does not cause collateral damage, that does not cause avoidable harm for people or the ecosystems they depend on, right? So I just want to try and frame this as the kind of constructive dialogue that it should be. We're all trying to achieve a similar goal in the room here. And I say in the room, but in the online room too, okay? Which is to produce a highway that isn't going to cause unintended harm to people and families and communities and cultures and ecosystems, right? And to design it better instead of trying to spend the effort later on cleaning up messes and problems and harms that could have been avoided. That's what we're here for. But to do that properly, we need to dig deep and understand the issues. And you all have probably seen just the volume of paper that flows back and forth with environmental assessments, right? There's a lot of written stuff and a lot to plow through, and that suits some people better than others. But we've found that having a constructive dialogue, not an adversarial dialogue, a constructive dialogue between parties on the issues that we know matter is one of the most efficient ways to get to the heart of the issue, to solve some of the small things and figure out what big things still need to be tackled and really need the most attention, and to figure out what kind of impacts are likely to happen from the project and what can be done about them. How should it go ahead to make something that will not be a source of regret in the future, will be a source of empowerment, will not harm the stuff that we want to protect and take care of. And so that's really what we're all in this room together for. And again, it's not a hearing. Our board members aren't here. People tend to have more open and frank discussions because they know that this is just preparing evidence that will eventually go into the public record and be part of the decision making. But you're not speaking before decision makers today. I guess it's possible that board members are able to join the online part, and I'll let you know if that happens. But really, I would like you guys to tell us what you really think. And if there are things that have been problematic so far, this is a chance to get through it. That's efficient and it's fast and is a chance to maybe build trust in different directions. And ultimately, you know, if we can make a highway better and less harmful, let's do that. I think that's it for my big opening. It takes work. You have to put yourself out there to say what you really think, and sometimes it's intimidating in a larger group of people. We've all had this environmental assessment's been going on a while. You've all had a chance to at least think about the stuff that we're discussing today. There's been numerous information requests going in different directions about this. We've got the developer's assessment report describing the project. We spent time in communities in 2013 trying to figure out what issues we need to most deal with. And then when the GWT came back to us more recently, we've had community sessions in not all communities. We still want to get to Simpson, but we've had them, and we have yet to get to Fort Good Hope. But we've had sessions recently in Wrigley, in Toledo, in Deline, and in Norman Wells. There's a lot of information already out there. So we want to take this next step and try hard to deal with stuff here instead of through volumes of paper later. One of the things, and this is me looking at the developer, one of the things that developers in the past have found is a very effective way to focus what they're doing and maintain autonomy about how they design and manage their project is if you hear concerns that can be dealt with commitments, things that you're prepared and able to do to solve the problem. If you make the commitments here, we can record them, and then they effectively become part of the project design, part of the project proposal. And so if there are things you want the GWT to commit to, you got to be very clear about that, because it'll help them figure out what they can do, because maybe there's a lot of common ground that you don't know about. Okay, so with that, and we're going to record commitments, there's transcription, but first we're going to have a presentation on the technical sessions, how they fit into this and what's happening for the next 3 days. And that's from Catherine. Catherine, you want to go ahead, please?
Thanks, Alan. I just have a few slides and then I'll hand it over to the GNWT to start us off. On the first or next slide here, there's a quick summary of the session overall, what we're doing for the next 3 days. So today we're looking at project description, caribou and moose, other wildlife and species at risk. Tomorrow we'll look at impacts on community, socioeconomics, culture, traditional land use and harvesting. And then on the final day, we'll look at water quality and quantity, fish and fish habitat, terrain and permafrost, climate change, air quality and noise, and vegetation. I think we'll have a lot of the same people throughout the 3 days, but also sometimes different experts will be coming for specific days and specific topics. For each of these topics, the plan, and we'll go through the detailed agenda for today, and then tomorrow we'll go through tomorrow's, and so on. But for each of these topics, the plan is for the GNWT, the developer, to give a short presentation on their predictions about impacts and mitigations and so on. And then we'll go into discussion and questions. So the purpose, as Alan mentioned, is really about open discussion between parties and the developer on any and all information, scientific, traditional knowledge, and so on. This is a chance to ask clarification questions about IR responses, about the developer's assessment report, about the project description, about anything else that's on the record. We really encourage people to focus on the issues and the impacts that matter to you. You can think about that in terms of significance or just the things that matter most. If you can, think about asking questions that are about information that might resolve your concerns or mitigation or commitments that might help address them, that can be really useful. Next slide. So I've got a few tips and we'll talk about questioning on the as well. We do want this to be a productive conversation or discussion. I know it feels very formal with microphones and with the size of the room and with everything else, but it is meant to be a back and forth discussion. It's a lot less formal than a hearing. So this is a place to, this is the time, the step in the process, but it's really about asking questions and validating information. It's less about sort of position statements or reiterating outstanding issues. But also I wanted to make sure to mention that anything like that really should be brought forward in your interventions. That'll be one of the next steps before the hearing. And so keep that in mind that we want to touch on certain things. You want to touch on any really big issues, again, in the interventions, even if they do come up today. Questioning won't go party by party today. It's more of a free flow than that. So, you know, Lidley could ask a question and then the Satu Land and Water Board could jump in, or Pedzaki First Nation could jump in and so on. If somebody asks a question and you have a question about the answer, you can chime in and ask a follow-up question. It's meant to be much more casual and free-flowing than what some of you might be thinking of from a public hearing that's very strict about who can question when. Please do try to be direct with your questions. We only have so much time, and I know there's a lot of stuff. So if you can try to get to the real thing you're trying to ask, you know, don't ask a series of questions to get to your point. Try to get right there and give the GNWT time to answer, because I think that's what we really want to spend time on today is answers. The GNWT or other parties. You can also ask other people questions if there's something relevant that comes up. If you're answering as well, whether it's whichever group is answering, please try to be efficient. Try not to spend too much time, you know, doing a huddle and putting your heads together. If you do need more time, then just say that, and we can always make it an undertaking, and you can come back with an answer later in the technical sessions. That helps us keep moving and keep doing things. And we also really do encourage people to use sidebar meetings or conversations at lunch or on any of the breaks to further discuss any issues that might come up. This is our chance to be in the room together. So just a couple other quick items of note. We do have transcription, as we've mentioned a couple of times. That's the reason for using the microphones and for speaking into the microphone, which I don't think I introduced myself. So this is Catherine Fairbairn. That's what you're supposed to do when you start talking. Always speak into the microphone, always say your name every time. We've got Jenna Mearns in the room with us helping, and Lois Hewitt online. So they'll be doing that, and they might also come around and check name spellings or remind us that we haven't said our names and so on. Transcripts will be posted before, like today's transcript will be posted before we start tomorrow, and same for the rest of the days. As Alan mentioned, we will be tracking commitments and undertakings. So those will be documented in the transcripts, and depending on how many and what they include, we might go over those at the end of the day or the beginning of the next day. Commitments should be clearly identified by the GNWT, or if you have asked a question and you hear something that you think might be a commitment, you're welcome to ask, you know, was that a commitment, and so on. Undertakings are things that can't be answered now, but could be answered some other time during these 3 days. So maybe it's that, you know, tomorrow the social experts are here, or maybe you just need a bit of time to sort of go back to your other experts and talk before you can bring an answer. That's the purpose of undertakings. And we do have a staff member here who will be specifically tracking undertakings and commitments and the language for them. We already talked about questioning. In terms of online participation, I think many groups have at least somebody in the room. So if you do have somebody in the room and you can coordinate your people online, that's really useful in terms of when they might question. And as Alan said, we might have board members sign in online and listen in. They won't be asking questions. And I don't believe we have any now. We'll let you know if that changes. We'll do our best to keep to the schedule in terms of breaks. The rest of the schedule is, you know, Alan's job is to keep us on track as much as possible, but we also understand that sometimes there's more questions about certain topics, and we'll do our best to adjust and accommodate as we can. Lunch is an hour and 15 minutes to allow you to go out for lunch and hopefully beat the crowd at 11:45 and be back here for a start at 1. And I just wanted to also flag that Tanya Lance or other review board staff might be taking photos. So if you don't want your photo taken, please let one of us know. Washrooms are through that door to the back, and there's 2 exits to the room if something comes up. And then finally on the last slide, we'll just take a quick look at today's agenda, and then I'm done. So we're running a few minutes behind schedule, but not too bad. Next, we'll go to the GNWT for a short presentation about the project and the project description. We'll have our break and then we'll come back to discuss questions about the project. After lunch, we'll do kind of the same routine, developers presentation and then questions and discussion on caribou and moose. And after another break, we'll do other wildlife and species at risk. The goal is to wrap up at 4 p.m. But as I said, if we go long on some of these topics, we might also go a bit long after 4, depending. That's everything from me.
Thanks. A couple of things I just want to reinforce from that. Catherine pointed out that if the step after this, there's more technical analysis after this, but after you've had a discussion in the technical sessions, if there are issues you want to continue to pursue, don't forget to include them in your hearing interventions later. Just because they've been discussed here doesn't mean that you shouldn't make your priorities clear when you're preparing for the hearing. Our goal here, as the name would suggest, technical sessions, we're trying to get into the technical issues. Now, in most EAs where the GNWT is not the developer, we have the benefit of independent technical expertise from the GNWT in the form of different expert departments, which are not associated with the developer normally, but in this case, the developer's taken a whole of government approach. So that's why the board, for example, has gotten an ungulate biologist, while normally we might rely on the GNWT's ungulate biologists, and is also a cause for extra gratitude that the federal departments have stepped up where they can to try to provide additional expertise that can help the board in this. Okay, so with that, I'm going to hand it over to the GNWT for an overview of the project. You guys have 15 minutes. One last point. Because it's a technical session and it's about the issues, I'm going to encourage you all as best you can to refrain from any sort of like lengthy political speeches. We're trying to dig down into what will actually happen, or what do you think is likely to happen as a result of the proposed road, and what can be done to avoid or reduce those harms. There are other opportunities for political positioning. Yes, it's true. Someone wise told me this morning, it's all political. Yeah, everything is kind of political, but there are other venues where we'll get good mileage out of this. And so I just want to encourage you to really spend the time going for the stuff that is most important to you, that if you were designing a project, you would want to have front of mind to make for a better project. Okay, over to you, GNWT.
Thanks very much, Seth Bonnet, Government Northwest Territories. Next slide, please. In the interest of trying to keep us on schedule, I will go through the overview here fairly quickly to ensure we have time for the questions. I've already introduced myself, so if there's any questions on that, feel free to poke me later or kick me, whichever you prefer. To Alan's point about the whole government approach, I do just want to flag that we do have representatives here from all of the various departments that have an interest in the project. All of them have been instrumental in helping us to inform the project design and the development of the project mitigations. And they have been helping us as we've engaged with various parties to ensure that this project does advance in the best interest of everybody involved. As questions come up, we will direct questions to them if their input is warranted, and to ensure that they have an opportunity to participate as well. And then, of course, we do have our discipline experts. As we move into the various topics, we will likely have them lead the intro with a couple of slides specific to each of those topics. Next slide, please. Here we go. So I guess I better follow along in my notes, eh? So of course, the Mackenzie Valley Highway project, you should all be quite familiar with. What we're talking about today is the extension of all-season highway from Wrigley to Toledo and Norman Wells, replacing the existing Mackenzie Valley Winter Road in that portion of the Mackenzie Valley with all-season access. The intent, while again, these technical sessions are specific to the details of how best to improve the project, we do want to consider and keep in mind why we're doing the project. Our intent here is to, of course, provide some redundancy and some added resilience to the NWT's transportation system. Right now, there's communities in the Sahtu region in particular, in the Mackenzie Valley, that are inaccessible for a large portion of the year. So this warrants the GNWT's exploration and the proposal to improve access to those communities on an all-season basis. The intent being to improve the quality of life for residents, help control and lower the cost of living, and promote economic growth and diversification. Next slide, please. The project itself includes construction of approximately 281 kilometers of new all-season gravel highway, 102 kilometers of which is in the Dehcho region, and 179 kilometers in the Sahtu region. The project will connect to existing infrastructure south of Norman Wells. 2 projects have been completed already: the Canyon Creek All-Season Access Road and Prohibition Creek Access Road Phase 1, as well as the Great Bear River Bridge project, which will be advanced. Both the previous road projects and the Great Bear River Bridge project are advancing independently of the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Oh, there we go. Sorry, technical glitches. The project is intended to connect existing infrastructure along the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road alignment. There are already existing bridges in place. The road mostly follows the existing Mackenzie Valley Winter Road. We currently estimate that there will be an additional 85 culverts required to be installed along the highway at water courses that do not currently have existing bridges in place. To support construction activities, we will need temporary and permanent support infrastructure and workspaces, including maintenance yards, camps, laydown and staging areas, and fuel storage areas. Maintenance yards will be used during construction as well as into operations. Constructions will happen year-round. Granular material needed to build the highway and access roads will come from borrow sources and quarries along the alignment. Some of these will remain open post-construction to support highway operations and maintenance. Maintenance equipment and materials will be kept at a couple of the maintenance yards post-construction, again for operation and maintenance. Following constructions, activities will include closure and reclamation of temporary borrow sources and quarries, workspaces that are no longer required post-construction, the demobilization of equipment and materials, and once operational, the GNWT will assume the highway operations and maintenance as part of the rest of the territorial highway system. Should be noted that construction again of the Great Bear River Bridge is being advanced separately from this project. Operations and maintenance of the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road as required for public safety, including repair and upgrades of existing water courses and structures, until such time as the Mackenzie Valley Highway is opened, are separate and independent from this project. And use of existing and authorized municipal, commercial, or public infrastructure or services, such as solid waste facilities and wastewater facilities, transportation services, and again, the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road are outside the the current project. Detailed description of project works and activities is included in Chapter 5 of the Developer's Assessment Report. Next slide, please. The proposed highway route again follows the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road, but does account for design requirements of a rural arterial road, which is a low volume, low capacity road. The alignment would be wider, straighter, and less steep than the current winter road. The intent, of course, is to follow the winter road as much as possible, though we will need to avoid certain areas such as lakes and bogs and sensitive terrain. In engagement input to date has been used to relocate portions of the route to avoid sensitive areas. The project, as described in the developer's assessment report, builds upon information previously presented in 2 of 4 project description reports, which are available on the project public registry. Having said that, again, the highway route is not final. Design is in an early stage of development and may need to change based on continued design studies and engagement inputs. The DAR presents the route within a 1 kilometer wide alignment routing corridor, which will accommodate refinements as design progresses. Next slide, please. The highway is estimated to take 10 years to construction, actual construction time over a period of 20 years, depending on the availability of funding and regulatory approvals. Project construction is likely to be phased. The environmental assessment assumes construction will occur in 3 different segments: a 102 kilometer segment from Wrigley to the Decho-Satu border, a 134 kilometer segment between Toledo and the Decho-Satu border, and a third 45 kilometer segment between Toledo and Prohibition Creek, south of Norman Wells. The order in which these 3 segments will be constructed has not yet been determined, and the 20-year time frame that we've proposed allows sufficient time between each of those phases for independent and separate regulatory processes. Once constructed, the GNWT's Department of Infrastructure will operate and maintain the highway as part of the NWT highway systems. I believe I've already reiterated that one. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the initial project description reports were developed back in, oh, I didn't mention it, but boy, I'm stumbling already, eh? It's going to be a long 3 days, folks. By way of a little bit of background information, the project description reports for the project were originally developed back in 2010, 2012. The project was self-referred to the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board for environmental assessment in 2013. As Alan already mentioned, 2 years followed that initial submission and referral to scope out the project and refine and develop the review board's terms of reference, which was completed in 2015. In 2018, the GNWT secured funding under Transport Canada's National Trade Corridors Fund to advance studies and planning for the project. And over the last 4 years, 5 almost now, extensive work has gone into developing and completing the developer's assessment report, which includes carrying out of environmental, engineering, and socioeconomic studies to establish baseline conditions such as wildlife populations and habitat use to form the basis for assessment of the effects in the DAR. Some of the studies completed to date include fish and fish habitat studies, archaeological surveys and impact assessments, wildlife surveys for caribou and moose in particular. The DAR was submitted to the board, of course, back in October of last year. And in November, the board determined that the developer's assessment report did meet conformance. Hence, we're here today. Next slide, please. Engagement on the project has been ongoing since the development of those original project description reports back in 2010, 2012. And most recently during the development of the developer's assessment report. Between 2021 and 2023, the GNWT conducted 3 rounds of engagement in affected communities to present a project overview and the potential interactions and effects of the project on the environment and proposed mitigations and monitoring programs. This year, we have continued to engage on the socioeconomic mitigations that we've proposed. Through those engagements, we received the most input on project routing, special places, and potential impacts to communities. We also heard concerns about increased access to drugs and alcohol, concerns about harvest pressures, and interest in employment opportunities and training. In addition, project-specific traditional knowledge and studies have been completed by the Toledo Renewable Resources Council and Norman Wells Renewable Resources Council. The influence of engagement on the project and effects is presented throughout the DAR. Next slide, please. There have been supplemental filings since the DAR was submitted last October. Following submission, we have added 4 reports to the registry. A study of the highway as a potential barrier to caribou movement was provided in February of 2024. Aerial moose survey report was provided in April of 2024. An updated climate change and health vulnerability assessment, as well as information on an accelerated construction schedule alternative, which came out of questions provided through an information request from the review board. Sorry, I lost my spot. Fat fingers over here.
Seth, are you getting near the end? Just because time-wise, we're pushing it a little bit.
I have 1.5 slides left. As quick as I can be, sir. Engagement efforts, I would reiterate, are ongoing. We have continued to engage communities on socioeconomic mitigations. We are engaging on the wildlife management monitoring plan. And as and when requested, an opportunity presents itself, we work with communities and individual parties on specific topics of their choosing. We've also got work underway with other organizations on traditional land use. As well, we've got work underway on alignment improvements. Next slide, please. This slide just speaks a little bit about next steps. Again, we're anticipating right now that the review board's environmental assessment will be completed mid-year next year, followed by the period required for minister's final decision. We're anticipating that construction, provided all things go favorably, could start as early as 2027, 2028. But that, of course, is dependent on several outstanding factors, not the least of which is the availability of funding and additional engagement, planning, and completion of design. So with that, I'll pause there.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that it was concise, but you covered a lot of ground. So that's good. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to start up again at 10:20. Thanks, everyone. So now we're going to start the productive discussion part of the technical sessions. Our topics for the morning include technical aspects of road design, routing. With linear developments, routing is often one of the most effective things you can do to avoid problems. We're going to look at accidents and malfunctions, right? Not just what happens if everything goes as planned, but what happens when reality kicks in and things do not always go as planned. And we're going to look at what we've called effects of the environment on the project, but in reality, that has some links to accidents and malfunctions because it has to do with resilience for the future. You've heard that this is a project that's proposed to be ongoing for, I don't want to say perpetuity because I've learned with Giant Mine, that's a very big word, but for certainly a very, very long time. And we've seen the climate changing beneath our feet just recently. And so thinking about how is the project being designed to be resilient for the climate that it will have to operate in and be maintained in. And I also just want to remind everyone that there's construction. Construction is a big deal, but construction is a relatively short part of the lifespan of a project. The ongoing operation and use and maintenance and that kind of stuff is quite important. Also just want to remind everyone that the board's mandate, yes, legally this process is called environmental assessment, but that includes the human environment. So it's not just impacts on fish, water, wildlife, species at risk, but also people, families, vulnerable people, communities, regions, culture, physical impacts, and spiritual impacts. Our board deals with the whole 9 yards. Okay, think of the different ways that a project like this can really affect people and the land, the capital L, land writ large. That's the stuff that our board wants to think about with respect to the topics we just went ahead. Who wants to start with any questions for the developer? Jane from PKFN.
Let's see. Is this about the right place for the microphone?
It is, but just to be a good role model, please state your name before you start speaking.
My apologies. Wesley, my name is Jane Henderson. I've been asked to bring some questions from Pedzaki First Nation. I'll just say, first of all, that questions on road design and routing are some of PKFN's main questions and concerns are on this topic. We feel very constrained by the limited amount of time in this project, in this day. I'll say, and we'll do our best to work with that. The questions that we have relate to 4 main topics on road design and routing, and then we have more detailed questions under each of those topics. We have been asked to prepare questions in a technical way that refers to the DAR and other documents, so we have done our best to do that. But please be clear, these questions are really coming directly from members. So we've been asked to be direct and constructive and to point out vulnerabilities from PKFN's perspective in the plan. So that is what we aim to do. And I will start by saying that from Pegazaki First Nations perspective, an alternate route outside the 1 kilometer corridor is the mitigation measure that will fundamentally resolve many of the adverse effects socially, economically, culturally, environmentally, just like you said, that broad definition of environmental. So with that in mind, I would first like to ask some questions on the design and evaluation criteria used in the DAR. Starting at section 5.2.2, the developer lists the design parameters and objectives. These include, and these are, we also see these in section 7, and they're paralleled in the evaluation criteria. So the key ones that PKFN has questions about are the criteria, the design objective to use the existing winter road alignment to the extent possible to reduce the area of new disturbance, to align the highway route to all existing winter road water crossing structures, and to situate the highway near to and prioritize the use of quarries, borrow sources that already exist. And it says that the purpose of this is to reduce the new disturbances. However, from PKFN's perspective, these are very circular statements that have predetermined an outcome. And why from PKFN's perspective, the developer could have chosen to use statements that provided an open-ended outcome, such as simply to minimize new disturbance, to minimize new disturbance near water courses, to minimize new disturbance for quarries, borrow sources, and access roads. So PKFN, with respect, would like to ask why the design criteria were tied to using the existing alignment, using the existing water course structures, and using existing quarries, borrow sources, and access roads. Is my question clear? They seem to preclude other options.
Jane, thanks for that. I just want to check with is it Jenna or Jenna? I want to check with Jenna, our transcriptionist, that that pace is okay. Sometimes we do stuff with translation, and so we have to moderate the pace, but there's no translation requested today. So does that work for you guys? Is that kind of that pace going to get caught okay on our transcript?
It's doable. I'd love it if you slow down just a smidgen, but I understand that everyone's trying to squeeze stuff in and natural to talk
Okay.
at your normal pace. So a little bit slower would be great, but it's still picking up like I'm catching it. Don't
Okay,
worry.
this is just for me. I can encourage people to go in different ways, and this is useful so that the ideas, the conversations we have here don't just disappear into the ether. We want to be able to, look back and try and remember them properly. So Seth, you've heard the question about routing. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Seth Bonnet, Government Northwest Territories. So there's two factors to consider here. One is specifically to your point on our goal again that we referenced was to minimize, or I guess you're right, to leverage the existing infrastructure with the intent of minimizing any new disturbance. So there already is a winter road alignment. There already is existing bridge infrastructure with approaches, et cetera, et cetera. And any deviation from that will create new disturbance. And so to that point, we are leveraging that existing infrastructure to the best of our abilities. To be certain, again, the alignment that we have proposed is informed by engagement that took place to inform those original project description reports. And again, there is still an opportunity to finalize design and make alterations to the final alignment. That being said, again, we continue to work with PKFN on some of those concerns that they continue to raise.
Thanks, Seth. Your response puts a question in my mind. Will those bridges likely need replacement over the lifespan of the road?
Sorry, which bridges?
You pointed out that the bridges are there, you're leveraging existing infrastructure, but the road is for a very long time. And I'm asking if the lifespan of bridges, considering the lifespan of bridges compared to the lifespan of the project, will bridges need to be replaced over the lifespan of the road?
So those bridges currently are not included in the scope of our project, but our asset management team, the GNWT, regularly inspects all assets. And typically the lifespan or life cycle of a bridge is approximately 75 years. So at some point in the future, those bridges will need to be replaced, but it's on a case-by-case basis, bridge-by-bridge basis.
Okay, thanks. Back to PKFN.
Jane Henderson speaking for PKFN. So in table 26.2, activity 31, it shows that from 2001 to 2016, 31 bridges and arch culverts, all the water crossings were installed between Wrigley and Norman Wells. And so my question is, do those water crossings that were recently installed, which you explained might have a lifespan of up to 75 years, do those water crossings meet the requirements of anticipated all-season use?
My understanding right now is that all new bridges that have been installed have been built to a standard that will allow all season use. There may be requirements for traffic control. But yeah, all new bridges that have been installed would support the existing road.
So to put that another way, the water crossings that went in from 2000 to 2016 were designed with the all-season highway in mind.
I'll have to confirm.
Is that a commitment? Is that what we do? Sorry, this is Jane Henderson for PKFN. Alan, is that an example of when the GNWT says something and we say, is that a commitment?
Yeah, so look, we could make a formal undertaking out of confirming, but it would be better if, is this just a quick phone call you can come back to us after lunch with? It's better to do that than have outstanding undertakings to take away. If you can settle it soon within this technical session, that would be ideal.
So I'll come back to you later today.
That's great. Thanks. Question, Melissa. So Martin, people at the back of the room are having a hard time hearing what's being said into the microphones at the front of the room. Can we do something about that? Because it is important that people understand the discussions that are going on. Can you guys hear me okay at the back? Is that better than it was before? Okay. Normally people want to hear less of me, not more of me. All right. Thanks for that. Back to PKFN.
Thank you. This is Jane Henderson for PKFN. Can you hear me at the back? Okay. Am I speaking slowly enough? Oh dear. Okay. So the reason PKFN is asking this is they were not consulted on the installation of those recent upgrades, and they seem to be foreclosing the route of the expanded highway. So this is alarming to PKFN. So I'm speaking again to the developer's reasons to use the existing bridges. In section 7.2.3.3, the developer states that the use of existing bridges will limit new effects. For the purpose of being concise, I'll just say the purpose of using the existing bridges is to limit new effects and to prevent new disturbances and to keep construction costs lower.
Jane, can you get a touch closer to your microphone, please?
Yes, how's this? I'm scared of the feedback, but we'll risk it. So from PKFN's perspective, they weren't consulted on the Winter Road location. They weren't consulted on the upgrades of the existing water crossings to continue to the Winter Road. And now those are requiring the highway to go in using that route. From PKFN's perspective, the Winter Road route and the existing water crossings go through some of the most sensitive locations in there and day. And so to use the highway is to further cement those harms. So this is why PKFN consistently, since 2012, as shown in the PDR, has called for an alternate route outside the 1 kilometer corridor. And so the decision to use the existing route from PKFN's, Alan, I've paused because my brain is going in several directions because I'm not sure how freely we can speak between the different topics that are around here on the agenda.
So look, the way I see it, government is used to compartmentalizing.
Yes.
Regulatory processes often compartmentalize. Everything I've heard in most Indigenous groups looks at an interconnected world as it actually unfolds. I'm fine with you connecting whatever issues you feel are proper connections. Don't feel bound into narrow silos here. Speak authentically for PKFN.
Thank you. Once again, Jane Henderson for PKFN. So the commitment to use the Winter Road as the all-season highway, even though that route was not ever designed for an all-season highway, it was designed to be a winter route. And given the upgrades that seem to have been built into your design criteria to use that route, this all forecloses, from PKFN's perspective, meaningful consultation, meaningful mitigation because of their consistent request that the route be moved outside the 1 kilometer corridor. The question is, as required by the terms of reference, as required by legislation, GNWT must meaningfully consider alternatives to their route, but consistently GNWT tells PKFN that they cannot consider any alternatives outside the 1 kilometer corridor. But they would be like, but you would be happy to talk. This is a source of great frustration. How can PKFN have confidence in your effects assessment, in your mitigation measures, in your cumulative effect assessments when they don't consider anything outside the 1 kilometer corridor?
Thanks, Jane. GWT.
Thank you, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Thanks for the question. So again, I shouldn't say again. The GNWT continues to work with the PKFN. And widen it so that we can incorporate adjustments for areas of significance. We have proposed and continue to look to work with PKFN where we can to do the same.
Thanks. PKFN, do you have more questions?
We have some questions about the evaluation of the inland route alternative described in the DAR. This is Jane Henderson from PKFN. Okay, so a number of our questions are about the failure to consider an alternate route in a meaningful way. I would say we have one central question with about 8 detailed questions to follow up on that. So in section 7.2.3.3, developer states that an alternative route evaluated, and the GNWT concludes that the project route is on balance preferred to the inland route alternative. PKFN's question is, how can the GNWT make this conclusion without a rational or quantitative evaluation of the inland route alternative, which is required under the terms of reference in section 117 of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act? And PKFN's perspective that there was not a rational or quantitative evaluation is what we set out in our subsequent questions, but given the time constraints, I'm not sure if you want us to go citation through where we see the gaps.
Thanks again, Jane. I'll ask Erica with Kalos Stantec to chime in on this one, please.
Erica Benham, Kalos Stantec. So the evaluation presented in chapter 7, section 7 is a comparative evaluation. It does address the requirements of the terms of reference. It compares the 2 routes, one being a concept route simply because there is no line drawn on a map. The route was selected as based on the engagement feedback that was received during the development of the project description reports for the project description report for the Decho region back in 2012, where through engagement, through extensive engagement on the various optimizations of a route that would largely follow the winter road, there was input received on potentially having a route located 5 kilometers further inland. So the GNWT, without having any other information, selected a concept to evaluate. The level of information available to evaluate that route is a function of the fact that the winter road and the current alignment routing corridor has been extensively studied since the 1960s. It's been studied for a winter road. It's been studied for an all-season highway several times. It's been studied for a fiber optic cable. It's been studied for a pipeline. And so there just is a lot, and it's accessible. And so there just is a lot of information available, a lot more than it is for a conceptual greenfield route 5 kilometers inland. So the comparative evaluation is appropriate. It is based on the information that is available and criteria that are presented in chapter 7. So I think if there are, specific questions about, the, comparison in terms of criteria, we can delve into that too.
Thank you, Erica. This is Jane Henderson for PKFN. So getting into where PKFN sees gaps in that comparison, and I would say it seems certainly that on one side there's a lot of information and on the other side there's not a lot of information, and that's what hampered your comparison is what I'm hearing. But PKFN and the PDR very clearly called for a route 5 kilometers inland and has consistently called for that ever since then. And I forget the citation of the table I can find for you later, but in one of the engagement tables, there's at least 9 calls for an alternate route located farther from the decho. So the first concern PKFN has about the analysis of the alternate route, again, I'm citing 7.2.3.2.1. The developer states that the inland route alternative did not have any terrain or engineering analysis completed, and PKFN requests, why not?
Erica Benham, again, as I said, it is suitable for a comparative evaluation. The GNWT did not do a quantitative evaluation of a route. And I would also clarify that, again, the information that was available at the time of writing of the DAR to develop a concept route was based on, some a mention, a casual mention of an alternate route. I would, I think, pass it back to Seth to indicate the type of capacity that's been provided to PKFN to further the development of something that maybe of interest to explore through mutual engagement on resolving some of the issues that you maybe have mentioned.
Thanks, Erica. Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So yeah, to that point, the work that we've done with the PKFN over the last several years has included providing some additional funding for resources and technical expertise to both look at traditional land and resource use studies, as well as explore PKFN's proposal for an alternative alignment. We have been working with PKFN to have that work completed. We understand that work is now done. We are working to finalize some information and confidentiality agreements with PKFN so that we can receive that information, which we will fully consider as appropriate moving forward.
I'll just tell Ray McDonald from the Northwest, from the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council that we know she's in line to speak next, but I just want to keep on going with Pedzaki because they're in the middle of something, and you're up. I'll get to you after that. Jane.
Thank you, Alan. Jane Henderson for PKFN. I would like to follow up on your comment, Erica, that there was a casual mention of an alternate route, and so you were forced to make a conceptual analysis because that's all there was. I'm surprised. When I look at, as I said, when you look in the PDR, in the engagement table, there's at least 9 requests for an inland route alternative. PKFN has consistently requested that since then. It's more than a casual mention. And I would, to respond to you, Seth, I suggest that it's not PKFN's responsibility to investigate the alternate route. It's GNWT's responsibility to investigate the alternate route And in recent years, because this has not been done, PKFN has sought funding to take this on themselves. I would like to continue asking questions about gaps in the analysis of the inland route alternative.
Erica Benham. I mean, I think that also it would be important that GNWT not make over assume things that, recognizing the importance of, the information that PKFN has to provide. So I think that identifying a conceptual route is appropriate where there isn't additional information that, has been gained. I think that there is a list of engagement that, has happened, is an ongoing. And I think what Seth has said is that the GNWT isn't dismissive of that. I think there's very much a willingness to continue to identify the interests that PKFN have and identify the options going forward. Certainly the work that some examples of that are, as Seth mentioned, that we have worked with other First Nations to identify optional route alignments where there has been a concern raised. And the alternate alignment that's presented in there is a snapshot in time. It represents the best information that we had available at that time, and the ongoing engagement that GNWT has committed to is, demonstrates that there is the intent to move forward to resolve the concerns and interests that that PKFN have raised.
Jane Henderson, PKFN. Thank you, Erica. Going back to my very first question, the design criteria and the evaluation criteria prevent meaningful consideration of the inland route alternative wherever it may be drawn on a map because of the requirements to use existing water crossings, because of the requirement to use the existing winter road route. So it seems, what is PKFN supposed to do with that? They have proposed this for many years, and yet they're said you can't do anything outside the 1 kilometer corridor or very occasional narrow widenings of the corridor.
Erica Benham, the use of the existing bridges, as GNWT has said, is a question of significant investment in public infrastructure. But that doesn't mean it's not possible to identify options that do involve the use of that existing infrastructure while addressing some of the concerns that may have been raised. Perhaps a wholesale reroute of the entire alignment in the Detroit region isn't the only solution. I think that there should be an opportunity to discuss that further and, come up with a workable option that, addresses the concerns as best as it can. But I think that conversation maybe hasn't happened yet. There are some significant bridges along that route, and it would be not in I think in the best interest to look at demolishing those bridges. That's not I think something that GNWT is going to be in favor of. But they have noted in one of the responses that there are bridges that are maybe more portable that maybe do have a shorter, that have not been part of the replacement and the replacement of the infrastructure in more recently. And those may be, places to start where there are opportunities to look at options. I think it's important that work just continue to identify the options that may be most suitable.
Jane?
Jane Henderson, PKFN. Alan, I'm aware of the time. We have a number of questions that identify further gaps in the assessment of the inland route alternative. They are technical gaps in our perspective. I know there's other people in line to ask questions, and I ask for your view on how to proceed.
I'd like to hop around a bit to other people as well, but I haven't missed that point that you've got more to pursue on this, and we'll come back. Okay. Rhea online, I thank you for your patience, because I know you also have a question. I felt like this has so far been quite a worthwhile discussion. The conversation that Erica points out about alternative routes should be had during the environmental assessment so that alternatives can be meaningfully considered by the review board, not just in a superficial way, because there are many other potential impacts that relate to routing that are, that could well be of interest to the board. Message there. Over to you, Rhea online, please go ahead. Rhea, can you hear us? There's a chance here for the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council to ask a question.
Fort Norman Métis. Oh yes, sorry. She's not online anymore. I know the Fort Norman Métis community might have routing questions.
Well, let me just. Okay, Rhea, if you can hear us, we can't hear you now, but we can come back to you when we can get you again. Anyone else in the room have questions regarding road design, routing, accidents and malfunctions, or effects related to climate change? Gwich'in Tribal Council.
Thank you. Kanda Kolanyama. I work for the GTC, Gwich'in Tribal Council, based in Inuvik. Can everybody hear me okay in the room?
Martin can, so Kanda, if you can get closer to the microphone, that would help. And Martin, keep an eye on the folks at the back, and they'll wave their arms if they can't hear. Thanks.
Okay, I take it again. Sorry about that. I am Kanda Kolanyama. I represent the Gwich'in Tribal Council based in Inuvik. So I'll ask some questions, and Rari Katu online will follow up with other questions as well. So, and our question first is about the project description. For construction activities, it is not clear from the DAR where barges will mobilize from. Will they travel from the south to deliver construction supplies or come down from the north?
Erica Benham. The DAR recognizes, the project description recognizes that the materials could be brought by barge or by winter road. It doesn't specify which direction that would come from.
Okay, we asking that question because in the original project description on public record number 14, page 88, there was mentioned that some point of origin may be from the north. An example was given, which was Little Chicago. So we want to know whether that will be considered during construction.
Thanks for the question, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. My understanding is that is from the original project description, which had a larger scope, and does not consider that the current project is only from Wrigley to Norman Wells.
Okay, thank you for that. Recognizing that the current cost of living and material supply crisis in the Satu relates to barge being unable to travel to Norman Wells, how will barging be affected under climate change scenarios? Under climate change scenarios.
Thanks for the question, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So as outlined in the developer's assessment report, the staging and mobilization of materials will take advantage of the options available to us at the time. So barging is one avenue that can be cost effective to move materials to the project sites, but it's not the only option available to us. So winter road mobilization is also an option. So it'll depend on the availability of barging at that time.
Okay, thank you. I will pass it over to Rari online. Thanks.
Thanks, Kanda. Rory, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Thank you, and thanks for the questions. Yeah, a couple more questions on climate change scenarios, and they relate, I think, to the timeline in question because the proposed timeline takes place over 20 years. There's a lot of alarming predictions about what will happen with the climate regarding temperature, precipitation, thaw regimes, and as has already been mentioned this morning, we're already seeing a lot of issues with climate change. So with those predictions of rapid sort of undesired climate changes, curious if those have been built into the consideration of the project timeline for the 20-year sort of as proposed versus the optimal timing that's been discussed. So that might include, for example, mobilization and resupply efforts. We've talked about the barging and also reduced winter operating season, for example.
GNWT, is that, are you guys clear on the question?
I believe so, yeah. Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So just to sort of reiterate that the design that we've, or the project as we've proposed and the construction schedule that we've proposed does consider climate change impacts, both on the ability to mobilize equipment and construct the project. We have, again, projected the construction window out over 20 years to allow us to, again, advance each segment in its own construction window with its own regulatory processes. That should allow us, again, to adjust to any changing or climate change impacts at that point in time. As well, climate change itself is factored into or will be factored into design of the road itself. So there are potential impacts there that have been included in the DAR.
Thanks. I'll just have a quick follow-up on that because one of the changing pressures for the project and the speed of the project relates to sort of climate change implications and wanting to stave those off by having more reliable transport corridor. How does the socioeconomic factors influenced by climate change that are already being seen, have those also been factored into the consideration of a 20-year time frame versus the reduced one?
The socioeconomic impacts and the mitigations we proposed are predicated around the proposed project schedule, the 20-year time frame. There hasn't been any more detailed assessment on project impacts with relation to the alternative construction schedule that has been proposed, as that is a recent development.
Thanks. That's good for me for now. Thank you. And that's Rory Carthy.
Thanks a lot, Rory. It's good to see you.
Offer it to Ray. I'm not sure if she still wants to ask.
Now, Ray, are you still online? And do you still have a question? Okay, we don't have Ray back yet.
I am
We
still
do.
online, but
Here we are.
I had written in the chat, I would like to wait a little bit to ask my question.
Nope, that's
all
just
right.
fine.
Dieter, then Trinica.
Yeah, so Lidley First Nation had a question.
Hello?
We're just sorting out a technical microphone issue.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Can you guys at the back here, Dieter?
Can you guys
Wave
hear
your
me okay?
arms if you can't. Yeah, they're saying good at the back.
We can
And-
hear, but we've lost the feed.
The feed is working on our Zoom. It's just not on the monitors in the room. So we're going to continue. Dieter, please go ahead.
Hey, Dieter Kazon, Liddy First Nation. The Liddy First Nation was not originally consulted on this project. The nation is concerned that the project is incomplete without the inclusion of meaningful advancement of bridges, given increasing timeframes associated with freeze up, break up, forest fires, and other circumstances from climate change, and the intensity of those changes and issues related to reliability of ferries. LKFN is concerned that the Mackenzie Valley Highway could be a dead end, which could be a critical issue in the event of an emergency evacuation. What will the GNWT do to support advancing these meaningful components?
Thanks for the question, Seth Bunnett, GNWT. So to be certain, the project as proposed in the developer's assessment report has always been and continues to be an all-season access road. So it fully considers that there are shoulder seasons where there will not be access still when ferries are not running and or ice roads are being constructed. So that is already fully incorporated into the current project. The reference to other projects outside the scope of the currently proposed project would need to be dealt with outside the scope of this project.
Dieter?
Yeah, so the context for those questions was in regards to like a possible bridge over Mackenzie Valley Mackenzie River between Pedzike and Liddyquaint, and also a bridge over the Liard River near Fort Simpson. Speaking about the bridges, will any of the existing bridges need to be updated during the construction period of the road?
Seth? I don't believe any of the bridges that are within that portion of the alignment require any current or immediate upgrades that will happen during construction of the Mackenzie Valley Highway. There will be potential earthworks around approaches to and from those bridges.
Peter, are these answers getting to the heart of what you want to know about, or is there a way to sort of ask it in a different way that might be able to dig into the information you're looking for?
I think we're elaborating, Peter Kazon, I think we're elaborating on some of the other questions that the communities are having in regards to climate change and other factors that could affect the communities of up and down the Mackenzie Valley.
Yeah, if I get your point correctly, for the Mackenzie Valley Highway to be an all-season highway, it needs to be accessible, but you can only access it via the ferry at Liard and the ferry Wrigley. And so what you're saying is with water fluctuations, things like that are coming up with climate change, how do they propose to deal with that vulnerability? Is that sort of it?
Dieter Kazon, yeah, that's the more direct way of getting to where we're trying to have the conversation get to. Some of the aspects of the project that we're worried about is like specifically climate change. Last year, the ferry didn't, or the ice bridge didn't open until December 19th, and it came out the earliest I think it did ever come out, like beginning of the second week of October. So that was like several months without any access. And that's just on the shores of climate change and like late freeze up and not being able to build ice bridges quickly.
If I can ask you a question from your vantage point with LKF, and we know that the route was originally described back when we started the EA 20, I think it was 12 or 13, I can't remember, but along the existing winter road route. But since then, as we've heard, every year has been progressively warmer due to climate change unfolding a bit quicker. Can you just describe what you've seen in terms of permafrost changes as you go up the valley as each year progresses? I know you've had a front row seat for a lot of that.
LKFN, we're still working on putting in our TK findings, but we're just waiting for some licensing conversations between GWT and LKFN lawyers. Good times. But besides that, some of the changes that we've seen over the last 15 years in regards to issues with climate change and permafrost thaws, like the forest fires, the ground being excessively dry over the last several years, changes dynamics to wildlife habitat, changes to wildlife, birds, insects, fish, concerns with invasive species. So there's a litany of things that can be attributed to these changes that we're seeing. And one of the things that LKFN has some issues with, or we do have issues with, is with the late engagement that LKFN had with this. We weren't able to prioritize the building of like those two bridges, which would help offset some of the problems that we've been seeing over the last few years. So, again, with the ice bridges, with the ferry services being disrupted during summer times when the ferries will just get shut down because the water's too low. Never mind the fact that you can't use barges anymore on the river, and like it's hit or miss if you can do any barge work, period. So it's just one of those things, is like, how does a project gain the negligible traction it's going to need going forward without the support of like major infrastructure investments such as bridges that would accommodate the work that would need to be done across the Liard and across the Mackenzie between at Simpson and between PKFN and LKFN.
Thanks. And from a road construction perspective, permafrost is a pretty important item. Could you just talk a bit about what you've seen permafrost wise over the last few years?
Peter Kazon, LKFN. In regards to permafrost, the changes that we're seeing is like the lands of side and sun sides of the rivers is a good one. Sinkholes, changes to peat bogs and those kind of areas where there's more flooding or less flooding, and how those changes and dynamics are affecting moose habitat and caribou habitat, subsistence species that Dene throughout the Henday use through all their lives. So that's one of the things that's an issue of concern, is like, how is these things going to affect the highway? Concerns are also brought up where it'd be comparisons to like the road to Tuck, like how that was just kind of pushed through a little bit too quickly, and they're having issues with permafrost thaw and how the flooding and those things are affecting that particular highway. We don't want to see those things attributed to this highway going between PKFN and up to the Sawtooth.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm asking just because I'm thinking about the question from PKFN earlier about using the existing route for a winter road, which of course the winter road route was chosen several years ago, and a lot of climate changes happened faster than people expect, including changes to permafrost. The thing that I'm thinking was if I was designing the route for a winter road, I'd pick a route that's ideal for winter in frozen conditions. I wouldn't mind going through low-lying or wet areas because it's the middle of winter. They're not going to feel very wet in -30. But if I was designing an ideal route for an all-season road, I might have different design considerations than just where we already have a winter road, because I imagine there might be advantages to less permafrost-rich soils based on the kinds of things Dieter has just described, and based on the upland route that we all heard very clearly when we were in Wrigley a month ago, and that the people who know the area very well because they've spent so much time on the land in the area and know the soil well we're suggesting requires serious consideration for an alternative route. Dieter mentioned the Tuck Road. I believe he's alluding to the fact that ongoing maintenance has proven very challenging, and that failures of that road are difficult for people in Tuck because they're all set up for road access now, and when they lose road access, it's a problem. So what I'm wondering is, when it comes to route selection for ideal all-season road design, I hear what you're saying about wanting to avoid the additional impacts when you already have a disturbed corridor. But how have you considered the characteristics of an ideal winter road when you were choosing the preferred route from a perspective of long-term maintenance, potential failures, cost of maintenance, remembering that maintenance is going on indefinitely, right? I get that there are costs to moving bridges too. I'm not oblivious to that. But can you just talk a bit about how you guys have weighed that out and processed that and thought about it? Because it seems to me like it's a thread that connects the things that we've heard about this morning.
Thanks for the question, Alan. Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So at a very broad and high level, I'll reiterate again that the final design of the road is not yet complete. So we have proposed and as outlined in the DAR that we would have fluctuation and variability within the corridor that is outlined. We have already highlighted, and I spoke earlier about there are areas within there that are going to require some modification and a deviation from the existing road to accommodate factors such as bogs, water sensitive areas. There is flexibility still to make modifications that will come out through the final design. I'll pass it over to Carlos Stantek quickly with a little bit more detail on what we have available and have outlined.
Thanks, Seth. Erica Benham. Alan, you touched on a lot of different things there in your preamble. Permafrost in and of itself is not a constraint for road design. Based on what we know of the location of the alignment routing corridor, there isn't anything that the design team so far is aware of that would provide any constraint to a design. Any road will require maintenance. That's an ongoing balance between how much you put into the design upfront and therefore increase the costs, or how much you defer to the long-term maintenance. Inuvik Tuck Highway isn't a great example to compare to because the design principle for that road is different from what the Mackenzie Valley Highway would be, which is located in warm and discontinuous permafrost. The GNWT fully expects that permafrost will continue to degrade over time, become more sporadic, and therefore the highway is not designed to mitigate for or to protect permafrost. It's to avoid areas of sensitive soils, and that's very different. And so based on the current the route selection, there are no constraints that have been identified, and the design team feels that route changes can be accommodated within that 1 kilometer corridor, or as I said previously to Jane, that we feel that there's definitely opportunity to look at options where it makes best sense, all things considered, to make a route adjustment. I'm just going to offer an opportunity to Walter if he wants to add anything to that from a design perspective. I'm not a road designer, by the way.
Walter Rohr here, Calistantec. I'll just add a few comments and clarifications or extensions. In terms of the current winter road alignment, I think it needs to be clear that that alignment didn't just show up. It was based, in fact, on, as Erica mentioned, previous work that had been done for an all-season road corridor back, dating as far back as the 60s. And when you can look at the previous work, the winter road, in fact, was informed by that and located with that. Jumping ahead to when the PDR work was done on the Satu and the Decho segments, in both of those cases, and I was involved hands-on in a lot of that, the winter road was evaluated and determination was made, resulting in the PDR alignment and now the current issued for environmental assessment alignment, to move the alignment into an area where the constraints of the winter road, which were mentioned in terms of boggy terrain and potentially running over lakes, which this is not an issue with this one, but those constraints were evaluated and the current alignment was chosen to avoid those constraints while maintaining if there's an area of the winter road that the ground conditions were favorable and the alignment conditions were favorable, maintaining a similarity to the winter road to minimize disturbance. So those certainly, that was evaluated in preparing the alignment. So that is something that needs to be clear, that it wasn't just, let's follow the winter road. The winter road was evaluated for ground conditions and other conditions which impact an all-season highway, all-season road.
Thanks. And that was originally in the 60s, and then you said when the PDR was prepared, so a decade ago, right?
Correct. Back the PDRs were prepared initially in, I think it's 2010 and 12.
Okay. Thanks for that. And Erica, I hear your answer that there are alternative routes, you said, within the right of way, within the, sorry, what's the word? Within the 1 kilometer range. And what I think I heard PKAFN asking about is for a meaningful evaluation of alternative routes beyond the 1 kilometer area. So I just don't want those two ideas to be mixed up because they're different. Okay, thank you for that. Now I'd like to get a question from Fred Andrew with the Toledo Renewable Resource Council. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Frederick Andrew Jr. I'm with RRC in Toledo. I have a question for you guys over there. I just want to know that I understand that it's going to take a completion of Mackenzie Valley Highway, what, looking at 20 years or 10 years? Just want to know that.
Yes, I can confirm that what's currently proposed is that it would take us 10 years of active construction over a period of 20 years to complete the road. That's what's being proposed in the DAR.
Okay. I have a question dating back in 60 up to now. There's a lot of change I see, and it concerned me. Back in 60, they did they want to have a communication through phone from down south here, I think from Washington or Wrigley. So they did a survey, they call it reconnaissance, I think, by air. At the time, there's no technology. So they were flying at a low level with 172 from Wrigley, Blackwater, all the way down to Inuvik. That was called CN line. They were building a tripod and they were wired all the way down to Inuvik. And now at that time was really cool all the time. And then back in 72, they started a company based out of Fort Simpson. It's called Higher North. The reason they call Higher North is because the one all native people up north, they know the land good, so they're using a First Nation operator to work on a winter road. But first, we are from Blackwater, we slash all the way down to Norman Wallace. That's for winter road back in 72. I was the one that worked with them too. I was Higher North. I slashed from Blackwater all the way to Norman Wallace. That was well over 50 years ago. And until at that time now that we are into the climate change, it's a lot of impact. Things change big time. At the time when I was slashing from Blackwater to Port Basin Creek to I finished slashing all the way for the winter road. And now I'm 74 years old. After half a century, and I'm still sitting here around the table and still discussing about this Mackenzie Valley Highway. At the same time, I see a lot of big change, big time, especially in regards to climate change. And so even more impact. The reason I say this is because I'm from Toledo, and that's where all that impact take place, right through my hometown to Wrigley in Saskatchewan region. I should be the one that really had a concern in speaking on this table here, because I grew up on the land and I went to residential school 4 years in Inuvik, came back and went back on the land. And I think it's over pretty well close to 60 years ago now. And a lot of you guys are looking at a 10 years to 20 years period of time to completion of this Mackenzie Valley pipeline. Highway. Right now, the impact on Saskatchewan region, Toledo and Norman Wallace, especially Norman Wallace, because of we used to have a winter road, it lasts a little longer, but now with climate change, it don't last long. Especially from Toledo to Norman Wallace, you have to go on the ice or cross Bear River because its bridge is not there. And that one there, we might have only, because our climate change global warming is really approaching really fast. So probably we'll have if we're lucky, we probably have a 2 month from ice crossing to Toledo and Norman Wallace. Because beyond that, Good Hope and Cobble Lake and Norman Wallace, they all rush down to do their shopping. Because it's the only chance that they do shopping, it's on a winter road, and it's not very much time on the winter road. After that, that's it. And because of permafrost, everything is impact big time. And right now, the cost of living it's rising really bad, and we're isolated in a Saskatchewan community with no year round, and everything is applied in, but it's really expensive. And here, I'm sitting here listening to you guys, and you guys are living another 10 to 20 years time. Maybe at that time, you know, things might get even worse with cost of living, and I don't know. We need this highway pushed really fast. I know it's not easier said than done, but you know, back in the early 2007, when there's Husky Oil came, and they hit a big time, big strike in gas and oil in the Stir Lake, right across Mackenzie Mountain, right across across from Norman Wells. ConocoPhillips, Husky Oil Energy, and SO and MGM. There's a big time oil deposit there, but they cap it off. I don't know why they will come back in the later 15, 20 years. But to me, what I'm thinking is that the pipeline is already there, Norman Wells to Zama. They're just sitting back and waiting for Mackenzie Valley Highway to open. But I think the issue here is, I think it's funding. I don't know. What are you guys doing your expertise in regards to impact and climate change and all that? I understand that. So if it's a money issue, if a funding issue, then maybe we should look at this oil company. They can help us build that highway because they got oil reserves there. It's big time, and just waiting for that. That's what I'm looking at right now. But what I'm saying here is the longer we wait, I don't know how much of the climate change is going to impact us. Because I was born in Toledo, I live all my life, and that's where the impact is happening now. I went Mackenzie Valley Highway. So or maybe I'll talk some more later. I just wanted to say that. Masi.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. Sorry. Fred Andrew, thank you very much for what you've said. GWT, do you have any comment on that, or you just want to take that under advisement?
No comment at the time.
Okay, thanks. So I want to go back to LKFN. I believe Dieter had other comments. Also, Trinka, who I was named, I apologize for Trinica. Apologize if I've messed up your name, but also with LKFN, but Trinika's online. And so how you guys want to divide up the questions, up to you. And then after that, we'll go back to PKFN because I remember you guys have more. And after that, I'm interested in if Transport Canada wants to weigh in on this in any way, Scott. So let's start with LKFN again.
Dieter Kazon, LKFN. Just the previous comment, not to take away from Fred in any aspect of what he was just conversing about. I too have a very similar experience. When I was 16, 17, and 18, I fought forest fires in the entirety of the DHO and all the way up into the SAW2. So I've seen the effects of climate change and what it looked like back in the early mid 90s to what it is now. There's definitely drastic changes in the land. So just speaking contextually on that, within the next couple of days, our permafrost expert, Elise Dubois, will actually be commenting and having remarks in regards to permafrost and permafrost thoughts in regards to the building of the road and where road placement is going to be.
Thanks. Trinica?
Sure. Trina Kagastmeyer for LKFN. So just to go back to what Dieter was mentioning previously. So yeah, I just wanting to reiterate before I ask my question, just wanting to reiterate the critical importance of the fact that LKFN was not originally consulted for the first several years of this project, which is a discrepancy on the part of the GNWT for not noting for not knowing to directly consult with LKFN on this project, and that the concern regarding the lack of inclusion of the Liard and Mackenzie bridges in this project is very significant for LKFN, and is directly related to climate change, along with a number of other concerns related to the inclusion of these bridges. So as Dieter was mentioning, you know, with the increase in the intensity of forest fires, with the lack of reliability of the ferries, with the increasing length in shoulder seasons and the unpredictability of shoulder seasons, there's the possibility that, you know, in the event of an emergency evacuation, this could pose a serious concern. The road is not does not have year-round access, and had LKFN been involved in early consultation, this would be something that LKFN would have pushed for. And so yes, we're looking for creative solutions here in regards to the bridges. But a separate question that I have specifically in regards to design is how far or how final of a design is anticipated to be created within the environmental assessment process for the road. Like how close to the specific alignment do you anticipate getting to within this environmental assessment rather than under permitting?
NWT.
Thanks, Trinity. Erica Benum. The road that the alignment that you see in the map book, so that's so I think everyone was made available the electronic files. I believe the review board has those if you want to pop them on Google Earth or ArcGIS Earth, or you have your own, you know, way of visualizing that. But there are paper, the print copy is available in map book 5A, and that's a 1 to 10,000 scale rendering of the alignment routing corridor, all of the potential quarries and borrow sources. And that alignment routing corridor, which is a 1 kilometer wide corridor, wider in certain places, is based on a route that is a very early level of design. So that route that you see on those map books is based on applying the horizontal design criteria for the standard of highway that's being proposed, as based on, you know, desktop imagery. So available imagery, available LiDAR. It does not take into account any, you know, geotechnical information. It does not, you know, take into account any, you know, site-specific constraints, but it is a feasible route. What has been stated is that the road, the final alignment as the design progresses can be, you know, may change within that alignment routing corridor. And in some cases may go outside. So there are options that have been identified. For example, there's an alternate, there's a route option identified around Bear Rock, Pietnia. And so at this stage of the environmental assessment, we're interested in establishing that alignment routing corridor, which is based on a very preliminary level of design for a highway. And as the design progresses, which won't be during the environmental assessment, that actual road alignment may change based on the more technical data that's collected and additional engagement and whatnot.
Thanks, Erica. I'm not sure that I understand. If I heard you right, you guys haven't done the geotechnical investigation yet for the proposed route. So, you know, the board, among other things, is going to consider the characteristics of the proposed route and the suitability, which obviously geotechnical matters a lot when weighing it against an alternative route, such as the one PKFN is suggesting might be appropriate. Are you guys planning to have done the geotechnical investigation before the end of the environmental assessment, before the board needs to make a decision on this?
Erica Badum, no. The highway, the design parameters and objectives as listed in section 5.2.2 are an RAU 90 design, use the winter road alignment as much as possible, tie into the existing winter road bridges, optimize use of borrow sources, etc. So the preliminary design that is being proposed right now meets those criteria and offers opportunity to adjust the highway design alignment within a 1 kilometer corridor.
So is the idea within the 1 kilometer corridor that geotechnical won't be a big enough constraint to require looking at alternatives? It just seems to me that geotech is a pretty important consideration in highway design, isn't it?
Yes, but it doesn't constrain us outside of that 1 kilometer corridor. So there are a few locations where it might. So we've expanded that to 3 kilometers at the bridge crossings. Maybe I'll just pass it on to our road engineers because maybe they can explain this a bit more eloquently than I can. So either Walter or Ed, do you guys want to comment? Well, I'm going to pass it over to Walter.
Walter Orr here. Yeah, in terms of the role of geotech, and as you note, geotech is important and in some ways critical on a final design. The way it informs routing is less critical and allows us to move that into the detailed design phases. As an example, it informs us in this area, the ground, the soil conditions are soft. We need to have a higher embankment to spread the load of the road out. Where a lower, if we're in, for instance, a bedrock location, that's not a big issue here, but the road embankment can be lower and have, because its underlying subgrade is stronger. The place where the geotechnical investigation is going to inform the detailed design on this project is largely at the places where we approach crossings, wherever those crossings are. The bridges locations are in areas where you have fairly incised valleys, and so we have to go down these slopes to these incised valleys. The slope stability and the ability to potentially reuse cut material is subject to geotechnical investigation. So right now, the line that we're showing as a center line of that corridor is informed by geometry, but not informed by geotech. And as Erica mentioned, that line in the detailed design phases will almost certainly vary within that corridor based on things. Geotechnical is one of those things that how it would vary.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you're saying geotech matters, but within the corridor, you should be able to wiggle around areas that need designing around based on that.
Yes,
roughly.
basically that is the case.
Okay.
Where she mentioned as well, in certain areas where that corridor has been expanded to allow more room for movement.
I see. Okay, thanks for the answer. We have more of this topic for after lunch. Right now, our day ends at 4. I have a sneaky suspicion that 4 is going to look a lot more like 5. But I want to break for lunch now because you're surrounded by restaurants, and if you get there now and order, you'll get your food a lot faster than everyone else who's going to fill the place at noon. And then I'd like to come back an hour from now. Can we make it back for 12:45? Right? You've got a leg up on everyone else ordering. Is an hour enough? If it isn't, please say so now. Okay, so in that case, let's reconvene this at 12:45. Thank you, everyone. And we're going to just continue the subject because we know there's still a few more questions on this. Thanks. Okay, thanks everybody. Thank you for coming back on time after a slightly reduced lunch. We're trying to make sure that we can make the most of the time where we have everybody in the same time and place. And so I wanted to go back to LKFN, which was in the process of asking questions when we broke for lunch. And they have a follow-up, or LKFN has a follow-up to one of the questions it asked earlier. Should I direct that to, and so Trinica, that's to you.
Great, thank you. Trinica for LKFN. Yeah, this is just in response to the question we asked regarding how detailed the alignment will be under the environmental assessment. And so this is just kind of a statement to that effect that LKFN has a number of significant outstanding concerns related to permafrost and the current proposed 1 kilometer buffer alignment area. And that we would like to have these concerns addressed under the environmental assessment rather than under permitting. And so that will probably, from LKFN's perspective, require much more detailed alignment of the road under the environmental assessment. Thank you.
So can you just paraphrase the question again, please, Trinica?
Sorry, Trinica for LKFN. This was not a question. It was just in response to the prior question that I had asked around how detailed the alignment of the road would be under the environmental assessment, and the GNWT responded, and I was just responding to their response.
Thanks. And with respect to what you said, I mean that it does make sense, because when you're in regulatory processes after the environmental assessment, there are certain things regulators can do, but I do not recall them ever requiring the use of an alternative to the proposed project. Sometimes they can find certain alternatives within the proposed project, but big changes like alternatives routing and that kind of thing are much more what happens during the environmental assessment. So coming up with details for that after the fact is not really productive, except for the details that regulators need to deal with. I have a question for the GNWT. You've mentioned geotechnical is one thing that could get you to consider routing outside of the 1 kilometer range. What other kinds of considerations would get you to consider using an alternate route outside of your corridor?
Erica Bonhomme. So just to clarify a couple things, the route, and maybe just to follow up to Trinica's early in that exchange, is that, ground conditions along the 1 kilometer corridor are pretty well understood. We have previous information from, like I mentioned, a lot of best work has been done since the 1970s. The Geological Survey of Canada has, provided comprehensive mapping. The project team has done their own really detailed terrain and superficial geology mapping, as well as bedrock geology mapping, and that's all presented in the appendices to Chapter 14. So, we have actually a really good understanding of the ground conditions along that 1 kilometer corridor, and the geotechnical work that'll be done is really there to verify the soil conditions in very specific locations. And Walter mentioned, for example, at crossings is one place, approaches to existing bridge crossings where there might need to be, road cuts or other alternatives considered. We need to do geotechnical work at boro sources and quarries to confirm the probable volumes that have been reported. I think engagement has a really important role to play in selecting the routing corridor. And as I've mentioned previously, it's been presented in the DAR. The GNWT has come up with options based on engagement input, and the routing option around Bear Rock was a good example of that. We've more recently done some routing work with the Tulita Renewable Resource Council on an area of concern they had north of Big Smith Creek. And there is opportunity during the environmental assessment on the timeline that we have to look at options. And the GNWT is very, very much willing to look at options where they're reasonable. And that involves a dialogue, that involves engagement, that involves, understanding the concerns and sitting down at the table or going out in the field and looking what the reasonable options are to that. In the case of the Bear Rock alignment, that route was selected, an option was selected based on the significant concerns we had from community members around the traditional and spiritual significance of Bear Rock. And so we worked with them on identifying an option that took a route 2 kilometers further to the north. At Big Smith Creek, there was an area where community members had a concern about being too close to the river. And we are currently working on an option that is outside of that, and that information will be presented to the board in a short order here for consideration in the environmental assessment. So, I think that there is certainly along with, like I said, we're pretty confident in the geotechnical work, the terrain conditions, everything that aligns us to those design objectives that have been presented and the corridor that's been selected. But there is most definitely opportunity to, within reason, address community concerns, or at least work towards addressing community concerns where there are other reasons for presenting something different.
Thanks, Erica. That helps. So I think I heard you emphasize that engagement is one of the ways that you would figure out alternatives to the corridor that you would be open to considering during the environmental assessment. And then some specific examples you gave included cultural use. I'm wondering if the route is the route of the winter road, and presumably the route of the winter road doesn't necessarily have to reflect cultural use of the area in the open water season, for example, like harvesting in the area, because it's the winter road. You're not doing much during the opening season. There's not a lot of activity, or the ecological or the ecology that's actually happening outside of winter, right? I presume that those were not big factors in choosing a route for a winter road, because there's almost no activity happening in those seasons. So seasonal considerations, including cultural ones. But I imagine for an all-season road, these things become real consideration. Are those the kinds of things that would lead you to considering an alternate corridor?
I mean, not necessarily. That's one of a lot of considerations. I think the GNWT has listed a lot of other considerations that go into it. Existing, I don't think it can be understated the importance of existing infrastructure and minimizing environmental impacts. The fact that there is already an existing disturbance there and multiple disturbances, if you look at the fiber line and the Enbridge pipeline, are existing disturbances that help to lessen the overall impact of adding an additional right of way to that area. And I know we'll get into it specifically with respect to caribou in a bit, but that is not, shouldn't be understated. So all these things together need to be considered. There is not, you know, one consideration that is simply, well, it's drier ground over here and therefore it's better to put a road there. That's not, it can't be looked at in isolation of all of these other factors.
Okay, thanks. Catherine Fairburn has a question.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's evident with the information on the record and also the conversation today that the bridge locations and the limitations that that's caused in GNWT's planning, the route has come up as a sticking point in a few different cases where people are interested in rerouting. And this morning you mentioned that there are some bridges that would be very technically difficult to move, or you'd have to demolish it and rebuild completely, and that there are other bridges that maybe it would be a bit simpler to move, transport, change the location slightly. I was wondering if, as an undertaking, the GNWT would come back with some more information about which of those bridges that apply to and which of those crossings that could be useful for parties when considering some of the reroutes that have been requested.
Yeah, thanks, Erica Benham. We already responded to that response to DFO IR DFO 9.
Thank you.
So the next questions I have are from Senior Environmental Assessment Advisor Chuck Hubert.
Good afternoon. This question is just a follow-up to a response that GWT you had to a board IR, again, on this topic of routing alternatives. Sorry, too far away? Okay, so I'll check your review board. So this is a follow-up question to your response to, I think it's IR number 66, which was the board's question on this topic of alternative routing. And in the response, and thanks for the response, but good, it's thorough. You talked about how there would be additional engagement with Pedzaki First Nation, and there would be a traditional land and resource use study submitted, and discussion around that, and then and also, which this was new, a new item, talked about submission of a supplemental route investigation report based on information from the PKFN traditional land and resource use study. So I'm a bit interested in that. What you floated the idea out of this report. What would be in it? What would the parameters be? What would some of the discussion be about? Would it be something that would be submitted to the board?
Thanks for the question, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So to that point, again, the engagement is currently underway with PKFN. There is currently work that has been undertaken by PKFN and funded by the GNWT to help inform their investigation or their thoughts on a proposed alternative alignment. We are currently working together to have that information shared to the GNWT. We have not yet received it. Once we have that information and have had an opportunity to have further dialogue, that information will most likely be shared with the board to the extent possible. giving full consideration that there may be confidential information and or information in there that is sensitive, that the PKFN will not want made public.
So I'll need PKFN to help clarify for this, but if I know that PKFN has a study that contains confidential Indigenous traditional knowledge that includes sensitive site-specific information. And one of the things that the board does, we're committed to transparency, we put evidence on the record, but for certain things, confidential handling is essential, and that includes when traditional knowledge is sensitive, and there's ownership and confidentiality details. So on Friday, the review board is meeting with PKFN to discuss the handling of a document that contains exactly that kind of in-depth, sensitive traditional knowledge, so that we can work out a way that we can access this, but and that you have a fair opportunity to see what's in it without this being widely publicly available. And so we're going to meet and talk with PKFN to find an acceptable form of handling that's appropriate to the information in there. What is unclear to me is that TK report, does that sound like the thing that Seth is taught? So these are two separate reports. Okay. Seth?
So there are two different activities that we've worked with the PKFN over the recent several months to have addressed. One is the traditional land use study, and then the other one is an engineering scope of work to explore potential for an alternative alignment. Again, we are waiting for feedback on both of those at this point in time.
Okay, PKFN, any sort of sense on what kind of timing the GNWT might be able to expect that second report under? Just because, as I've expressed before, the review board has a real interest in getting this kind of relevant information early enough in the environmental assessment so it can be part of good decision making instead of just after during the regulatory processes. Good environmental assessment decision making, maybe.
If I could quickly, sorry, Seth,
Sure.
on at GNWT, I would just like to reiterate again that this is ongoing engagement with the PKFN. We are currently in the process of establishing an information sharing agreement to make sure that those documents and the information that they're willing to provide to us is received and handled appropriately. So again, I understand the work is completed. We're just working on that outstanding component to receive the information.
I understand. My point was just if we get this after the environmental assessment public record is closed, it's not going to be very helpful to improve the decision that the review board has to make. And we want to consider thoroughly the views of all the parties. PKFN, anything to add on that? Okay, they're indicating no. Great.
Alan, sorry, I just wanted to, before you move on, sorry, it's Erica Benham. I wanted to just follow up on Catherine's question because there was an IR, MVerb 66, Part B, which provided information on the existing bridges along the Winter Road and what would which ones would be suitable for being, potentially consideration for relocation or they're not necessarily as permanent as some of the more substantive ones, and what would be some of the factors that GNWT would consider. So the combination of the list of those bridges that's provided in the DFO response along with MVerb 66 should hopefully help to answer that question that you had.
Okay, we'll have another look at that and see if it does. Thank you. Now I'm going to go. Chuck, do you have another question? Are we good? Next question, we're going back to PKFN. PKFN has several questions, but we've asked during the break for them to prioritize the top few that we can do now, and then to give you the remainder in writing before the end of the day for you to be able to consider and respond to first thing tomorrow. okay, rather than go for an extended undertaking. They're the kinds of questions that we want to get discussed in here, but rather than go back and forth, this gives you some time to work on it on your own and produce answers for us that you can read into the record tomorrow morning. But for the first few of those questions are going to be asked here, just rather than do all 18 here, because otherwise we're not going to have time to get into the wildlife, and that's another important topic we've got to do justice to.
Oh.
So, PKFN, Sharon or Jane?
Jane, excuse me, Jane Henderson, PKFN. So to respond to your immediate comment, Erica, yep, even closer. How's this, everybody? Okay, thank you. So PKFN repeatedly hears from GNWT, the developer, that options can be looked at if they are reasonable or within reason. And I would repeat that the design and evaluation criteria for this project prevent the consideration of options that PKFN finds reasonable. PKFN would also like to echo LKFN's concerns and observations about climate change impacts. As one member recently told me, you know, in 20 years, the winter road won't be there, meaning from climate change impacts. So why would you invest in it for an all-season road? Further comment, PKFN is surprised and does not agree with GNWT's statement that permafrost and permafrost protection does not need to be a design constraint for the road. And PKFN notes that the information about the winter road that has gone back to the 60s, we heard this morning that there's a large volume of information that's been gathered on the winter road route, and that is partly why it's a preferred route, is there's this large volume of information gathered over time. And PKFN notes that that information going back to the 60s was largely gathered without the input of their Indigenous knowledge, without consultation, without any evaluation of the route's impacts on PKFN's abilities to exercise their Aboriginal and treaty rights and title, which are absolutely at issue in the past work and in this proposed project. And so the true cumulative impacts of that past work and this proposed work have not been correctly evaluated. PKFN also notes that the area of their Nde, their territory, which is affected by the proposed route, is also affected by the proposed protected area that PKFN has been working on for over 20 years now. And also, because the Day 2 Land Use Plan remains in draft interim form, the knowledge and the vision of the elders that went into that plan is not actively considered in the DAR when it comes to choosing a route. So I can understand how from GNWT's perspective, this plan is in draft form and so is less powerful, but it's important to stress that to PKFN, the knowledge and instructions from their elders that are reflected in that plan are things that they're absolutely required to follow to protect their and they and their future generations' inherent rights. So PKFN has a number of further questions regarding the DAR's evaluation of the proposed inland route alternative, or really any alternative outside the 1 kilometer corridor. The purpose for these questions, there's two purposes for these questions. The first is to show why PKFN does not have confidence in the evaluation's conclusion that the winter road route is preferred and that using existing winter road route and watercourse crossings are appropriate design and evaluation criteria. Again, from PKFN's perspective, the mitigation measure to prevent adverse effects and to protect the Aboriginal treaty rights and title is an alternative route that is outside the 1 kilometer corridor. Sensitive locations are found overwhelmingly next to the Decho and at the river and creek mouths along the Decho, and putting the all-season highway there would only further cement effects that already interfere with PKN's abilities to exercise their inherent rights and to pass that knowledge on to the next generations. So that is the first, is to show PKFN's gaps that they see, the vulnerabilities, as you called them, in the proposed plan. The second purpose to our questions today is to look very closely at technical notes within the DAR that comment favorably on a route outside the 1 kilometer corridor. So I will now ask GNWT and everybody here to join PKFN in a thought experiment. If we could set aside the bridges, if we could forget the bridges in the Decho from the Wrigley north, what is the best route? Because we can see the design criteria constrain us to constantly be thinking about the bridges. If we set that aside, what is actually the best route for an all-season road through the Decho, all things being considered? And so, given time constraints in this process, the review board has suggested that we submit questions in writing for you to respond to tomorrow morning. I would say that 17 of our 18 questions are very much of a theme of what I just described. And then we have one separate freestanding question that I would like to ask now. So I will ask my separate freestanding question now, and then you can advise review board on time and how many of those remaining 17 questions you'd like to get into, which, like I said, go to the thought experiment is if we're not thinking about the bridges, what's the best route? So this is my final question, and it doesn't really fit anywhere in the agenda, so we're going to put it in now, but it's fundamental to the proposed work. I'm looking at table 6.1 in the DAR. Table 6.1 sets out that the authorizations that the developer will seek for the project. However, unfortunately, this table is incomplete. As a signatory to Treaty 11 with Canada, PKFN's position, as consistently stated by the elders since 1921, is that PKFN has never ceded or surrendered title to the Ndé. When I say Ndé, I mean the land. This position received judicial recognition by Canadian courts in the Paulette chain of cases. Combined, Treaty 11 is evidence of the title, as the Crown was negotiating only with the First Nations it recognized as title holders, and the Paulette chain of decisions is evidence that the title was not surrendered to Canada. It's very clear the PKFN's elders still remember what was said and done, and none of this is new. The Deschutes Nations have said this all along. The GNWT has never sought land tenure from PKFN for the proposed highway route or any other one. Canada is currently negotiating with the Deschutes Nations where land tenure is recognized as a live and contentious issue. PKFN has never signed on to devolution, and consistently in the years I have been working with PKFN on this matter, I am consistently asked and unable to answer, what is the source of GNWT's tenure in the Ndé?
Thanks for the question, Jane. I would suggest, and I look to the review board for guidance on this one, but I don't believe that that question is specifically in scope with the environmental assessment.
I was trying to stay in the back row on this one, but I got brought in. So there was a lot within the statement made by PKFN. I guess in terms of staying within the scope of the environmental assessment, the review board doesn't have any jurisdiction to assess or validate title rights or those sort of things. What our board is looking at within the environmental assessment is what types of impacts the road might have, which then may impact on a right. That's how our guidelines and our reference bulletin on this topic describe. So maybe just looking back to PKFN in terms of framing that question again to our board doesn't weigh in on the level of title or the extent of the strength of claim or any of those types of issues. And we're not in any position to validate those or weigh in on those. But we do understand that what is being expressed is that there are impacts from the routing of the road currently that will potentially impact significantly on rights of PKFN. So trying to get that question back to GNWT, through that line of questioning that you described, what would you maybe constitute as the significant impacts related to the routing that you would like GNWT to address specifically? We've heard lots of these concerns through the lines of questioning that PKFN has put forward, but is there any specific and substantive item that you want GNWT to respond to right now through that question?
Thank you. So I would first say that Aboriginal title includes decision-making authority over your territory. And we see through the project proposal, and particularly the design and evaluation criteria, that that decision-making authority has been removed from PKFN and they are unable to exercise that right. I also understand. I also understand the constraints on jurisdiction that have been placed on the review board. I would say that our subsequent questions do relate to Aboriginal and treaty rights and the way that routing affects them. I would also say that this will, what do you want me to do about this feedback?
Maybe just
a little bit back, thank you. I would also say that you'll hear more about this in the coming days. And I would just like to turn to the rest of the delegation to ask if anyone would like to speak to this at this time. Yeah, I'm passing it to the chief.
Merci, Chief.
All right, thank you there. Well, it's a pleasure seeing everybody here there. Glad everyone made it here safely and definitely hope everybody makes it home there. I'm not gonna really come up with any good, sorry, not to say any good questions there, but I just want to inform people on what's going on here on our position. Our position in Petsekinde has been our relationship with the GNWT has been very rocky, right from the inception of GNWT until almost this day. It's not been good. It's we've been left out of a lot of things. They've been talking about evaluation of this road since the 60s. We've never heard anything about it. From our position, all we know is that it's this route that they want to use that they don't want to deviate from. It's a cat trail from a cat operated from the 1960s. There was no studies done for it. If the studies were done for it, they would have followed the pipeline. The pipeline, they did their studies, they did their homework, they know exactly where to go. And they're trying to tell us that they're evaluating. They didn't even do a geotechnical study. They didn't even step on the ground. They're looking at it from a desktop, you guys. Like, what the hell is that, right? So anyways, so our relationship with the GNWT has been really rocky. And even just recently, they're trying to do a bear den studies. They told us they consulted with us. They never did. We just got that letter like a week before, 2 weeks before. Where was the consultation? So these things are still happening to this day. And the thing about our main concerns, you know, not getting into technical things, just from layman's terms, is that it's a low-lying area. That's where all the water is. That's where all the moose are. That's where all the ducks go. And that's all our traditional area. That's where you look at the studies that we have done there. We want to share them right away here, but we just need some, well, they already mentioned what they said. They just need agreement on what they're going to do with our information. But it all states in there exactly, it shows on the map that that's the high area of traditional activities. And it is, still to this day, it's what we use. And yeah, so I just wanted everybody in this room to understand that, you know, our relationship with GNWT has not always been good. And they've never consulted on us. And the big contentious item here is bridges. Not one bridge have we ever been consulted on, not one. And they lied to us. They said that they got their permits saying that they're just trying to extend the life of the winter road so you can have a few more weeks. They didn't say that it's going to turn into an all-weather road. And yeah, I think one of the big things there too, and when we're talking about realignment there, this is traditional knowledge that our elders left for us. They compiled this information, they left it here for us to use, and now we're using it, and it needs to be really analyzed and really looked at good, because we're we're not just saying, let's go reroute just for the fun of it. You know what? This is one road we're gonna build. This is a road that's gonna last forever almost, right? And so we're looking at it further ahead. What we also want is that, you know, when we go to the higher ground, the harder ground, the better bedrock, it's gonna showcase our land. If we're gonna bring people up here, we want to bring tourists too. We want them to see exactly what our our land offers and the beauty of it. So we want to showcase that also, and we can't showcase it down on the low ground. We're just stuck in some trees. You can't even see the river, right? And so there's just a lot of issues that I'm not so much issues, but there's a lot of reasons why we want to reroute. And I think it's very important that we're following what our elders set out for us. They gave us they gave us this information. They put this traditional knowledge on paper, in writing, and on recording. So it'll be very unfair for us not to even consider it there. And yeah, like I said, there's just a whole bunch of issues here, and it's technical. But like I just said, I just want to inform people that this is our desire. And you know what? We're trying hard to rebuild our relationships with everybody, with industry, with government, and it's working, but it's still a ways to go. And yeah, I definitely would just want our elders, their traditional knowledge. You know, it has to be really considered good here, and we have to really look at this. This 1 kilometer corridor thing there is just doesn't make any sense to me. You know, the GNW has their blinders on. They're looking straight ahead. They're not looking over to the side where we're looking, and we need to. Hopefully, you guys can steer them into looking at that direction and really having yeah, really analyzing it and checking out all the cumulative effects there. And because there's just a lot of things that, like, we can get into the technical stuff, but we have Jane for that there. And GNWC is just not giving us good enough answers, especially when it comes to consultation, evaluation, and things like that there. It's just not doing it right now. And we really need to investigate alternative routes. Like I said there, this is the only road we're going to be building, and right now it's not really good. Like, you just look at it, you want to be building in the water, or you want to be building up on the high ground, hard rock, right? It's that simple, right? So Jane brought up a good point that we should just don't quit thinking about the bridges, right? The bridges were put there without our consultation anyways. We were lied to, you know, weren't even asked about permits. You know, how did they get those? Definitely not through us. So that's a few things I wanted to bring up there. And as for the one question I did sort of have, I had a few, but Jane touched on them pretty good there. But in the end there, it says that the infrastructure will be taking over all of the maintenance and operations. So basically, if you guys take all that away, you don't give us any work, there's absolutely nothing guaranteed to us. What sort of work is guaranteed to us? Nothing right now. There's nothing guaranteed to PKFN other than, you know what? We're the ones putting everything up here. This is our land. It's our home. We know where the ducks and the birds and the moose are, and we're cutting right through that. And yeah, so I just want to make sure that everybody in this room knows that, you know, we've had a really rocky relationship with the GNWT. It still needs a lot of work, but I guess this is the start. And yeah, no, thank you all there.
I see Chief Moses. So one item I just want to follow up with your statement, Chief Moses, was that the consideration of the traditional knowledge. Our board's required under the MVRMA and through the land claims that we must consider, meaningfully consider, incorporate all of the TK that's provided to us. So just putting that out there, that our board must consider that. The questions, I guess, going back and framing that back to GNWT, one is, how would GNWT incorporate that traditional knowledge, and how would that impact on the ability of GNWT to think outside of the 1 kilometer study area if the TK shows that there might be need to consider rerouting, or at least evaluating based on the information that might be provided in the TK report. Just to add to that, I guess we heard through the responses from GNWT around the the aspects of how geotechnical information might be considered in the future on how it may be able to optimize road design or routing within that existing corridor. One criteria, that's the geotechnical criteria. How is GNWT planning on using other criteria, and what other criteria may you use in the future, if it's wildlife studies or TK studies or other things to better optimize that routing selection moving forward?
Thanks for the question, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So to reiterate and reconfirm, the alignment that is currently in the developer's assessment report that we proposed as the current alignment is informed by all information we have available to us at this point in time. So there is traditional knowledge, there is existing baseline conditions, there's existing infrastructure present, there's this existing disturbance. All of that has been fully factored in and considered at this point in time. Now, we do acknowledge and have responded to a couple of different IRs, I believe, that there is additional information forthcoming. As we receive that information, we will share it to the extent that we can, of course, given confidentiality and sensitivity pieces. But is our goal to fully consider that. If there is information shared with us that requires us to reconsider pieces or portions, we'll do that. But until we receive that additional information, we're not able to commit anything, right?
Thanks, Seth. It's Mark from the Mackenzie Valley Review Board again. I always have to remember to say my name on here as well. I guess one of the questions that the review board might have, and probably other parties are interested in, is when you reconsider that information, what sort of metrics or criteria might you be using to, one, realign within that 1 kilometer corridor, which is what is being proposed in the proposal, but what sort of criteria might be applied to reroute outside of that corridor?
So I would suggest again that the design criteria that's currently outlined in the DAR is the design criteria that we would be working towards. So we have specific objectives in there: minimizing disturbance, maximizing utilization of existing infrastructure. So to the extent we can, we would be looking to still meet those criteria.
I would just add to that, Erica Benham, that I appreciate that Jane's statement that what if we were to not have all these constraints on us, but I think it's important to emphasize that the existing infrastructure is important to consider. It's not a small feat, and though there are respect the views that have been put forward on that infrastructure. I'm just a consultant, but I don't want to speak on behalf of GNWT, but the fact that but it has to be considered. They're there, and they're a public investment. They have to be considered. We can't, I don't think that they can just be not factored into anything going forward. But going to Mark's question here, we'll get to this afternoon. We had a lot of information requests about caribou as a species at risk, changes from habitat, changes, potential effects on movement. Those I expect would be considerable, considerations in selecting a route that would be further away from the river, because we have demonstrated that one way to reduce the potential effects on caribou, boreal caribou, are to use existing disturbances as much as possible, and that the existing routing actually occurs in a really prime location to not have those effects related to barriers that roads potentially create because you're at you know, there are some existing features. So that would be something that would be important to consider in terms of additional work. Geotechnical work, as we've said a lot of different times, is not likely to constrain a routing. It will be factored into final design. It's not something we need to pick a route. We can absolutely adequately do that with desktop information that's available to us.
It's Alan Ehrlich again. So project splitting is the term for the undesirable practice of proposing a project in small enough parts so that they don't get considered in their entirety. And going back to when many of these bridges were put in by the GNWT, I recall a specific conversation with Stuart Niven, who was the manager, I think regulatory manager at the time, where our board looks at what's undergoing screening. And I know some of these were before Stuart Niven's time, some of them were during. And a discussion was held saying, look, if this is part of the Mackenzie Valley Highway, if these bridges are part of the Mackenzie Valley Highway, they should be subject to the environmental assessment of the Mackenzie Valley Highway. And the very clear response from Stuart was, these are for the winter road. They do not constrain the routing or design of the Mackenzie Highway. We need them for the winter road, but we'd like to do a good job with these bridges. So I have a hard time reconciling that, which I directly recall, with the idea that the location of these bridges are one of the key routing factors for the Mackenzie Valley Highway. Like, I don't understand how that can be true and for the construction of the bridges not to have been project splitting. That's what I'm having a hard time putting together. Could you help me out, please?
So Seth Bonnet, GNWT, the one thing that I would speak to on that is, again, that those bridges, as they were built and when they were built, have been and continue to be in support of the operations of the Mackenzie Valley Winter Road. So now, as and when they were built, consideration of future utilization would have been built into the design of those bridges. And I can speak to the earlier question about that in a moment. But to be certain, those bridges do not require the Mackenzie Valley all-season road to be built. So they are specific to the winter road. Now, as we move forward with the design and this project, we want to maximize the utilization of those because, again, they're already investments that have been made for another purpose. So again, they were advanced under their own regulatory processes. They already exist, so we need to consider them in the design of this project. But again, they're not a specific scope of this project. They already exist.
Thanks, Seth. Just to be clear, we understand that it's not part of the scope of development, but they're considered in the scope of assessment because they are part of what's being considered as part of the infrastructure that currently exists. So it's not that they're out of the assessment, they're out of the scope of development, but they're part of the environmental assessment. So they do need to be considered in combination with what's being proposed. So I just want to make that very clear. As is any future bridges, as the Bear River Bridge is also being mentioned, was screened through a separate Part 5 assessment at the time, but that still needs to be considered in combination as part of this project, but in the scope of assessment, not the scope of development.
Seth Bonnet, GNWT. Thanks for the clarification. I do want to circle back quickly to the question that was raised earlier about the what's the term I'm looking for? the existing bridges and their ability to support the all-season road. So I can confirm that when they were put in place, they are to a standard that will support the all-season road moving forward. There is currently work being done to understand better the load carrying capacity of each of those pieces of infrastructure, which may require future controls.
Mark, again, with the review board. So in terms of the load criteria, there's other environmental assessments that the board is currently under and will be doing in the future related to the Norman Wells operations. Has GNWT been in conversations at all with Imperial Oil on the potential use of that road for closure of the facilities, and if that's been taken into consideration for any design criteria?
So I can ask Cal Stantec here, Walter, to speak a little bit to the carrying capacity of the existing road, but I can't speak to the engagement with Imperial at this point in time.
While GNW, this is Jane from PKFN, while GNWT is conferring, Mark, could you repeat the question because some folks missed it? Thank you.
I think they have the answer now, but Mark, again, with the review board, the question was regarding the considerations of the future closure and reclamation of the Imperial Oil facilities or ongoing operations, but just in terms of the operational constraints that the design might have on the ability to reclaim that site, or has any engagement happened around that?
Walter Orr here with Kello. The actual highway is not constrained by load carrying considerations. It is designed for any normal highway loading. I know that there is a study which perhaps GNWT can speak to a little bit further, that has been carried out on the existing winter road bridges to confirm their load carrying capacity based on what they are currently doing.
Thank you. So this is Gia Roman from GNWT INF. So we have set up a lot of kind of existing bridges which connect to the winter road, and those bridges have been built at the different time. For sure, at the time, the different bridge code was utilized. There are different loading condition was applied on that time. So at this moment, GNWT has assessed. Initially, assessment has been completed. However, the consultant has recommended us to go detailed load evaluation. We are going to evaluate the load condition. Definitely once after the load evaluation is completed, then we can come up with the kind of which breeze has kind of what kind of constraint, then we can come up with a clear picture. But at this moment, I think the plan is to connect those breezes. They might have some kind of load restriction, particularly on that kind of localized breezes only. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. From the review board, do you have a timeline on that study? And if that study's completed on time, if we could have that submitted to the review board record?
At this moment, I cannot remember the timeline, but yeah, I can get back to that one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to go to PKFN for one more question, and then to Rory Carthew online on behalf of Gwich'in Tribal Councils. So Pedzi Keith.
Thank you, Jane from PKFN. A point of clarification. I think perhaps I have not been clear, and for that I apologize. To PKFN, the existing disturbances that the highway really wants to use, those are disturbances to PKFN and to their abilities to exercise their Aboriginal and treaty rights. So while GNWT sees using the existing disturbances as a positive, to PKFN, that is a negative. Like I said, the existing route and watercourses were put in without consultation, without Indigenous knowledge. And so to further cement that route as an all-season road and to be using it, as Alan said, with impacts all seasons instead of just winter impacts, is to exacerbate disturbances to PKFN. So that is a negative in their view, not a positive. And I would like now to pass it to Elder Tim Lenny.
For some reason, I'm all shooken up, just vibrating from the inside out. Very ironic how government works with Indigenous people. To this day, this is 2024. This is not my first time at this table. I've been here listening to government since Stuart Hudson was alive. He was the man on the highway. Okay? I'm not from Petsaki. So I can see from the inside out, from the outside in, what these people are going through. I was raised in Toledo. Been very fortunate. I married a woman from that community. I hold her in my hand today. I trapped with her father, Boniface Nayeli. The Nayeli family are from the Blackwater area. There are many that use that territory. When we were trapping back in the mid-70s up to mid-80s, me and Boniface, yeah, they were still talking about highway then. They were looking at the winter road. The old man we used to only live in a tent, go out trapping, because as Indigenous people, we don't like infrastructure. Leave no footprints. That's how we lived. Just recently, we're starting to build cabins and say we own this. Start to build things and then everybody has ownership. We've never lived like that, just till lately. Many times while he was alive, when he was still in his age and still healthy and trapping, they come down and wanted to put this road on the CN line. What do you think about it? And I used to translate for him. And I wasn't very good in my language then, because I lost my language. Just a while ago, just a number of years, maybe past 20 years, I'm starting to speak my language. I thought I'd never learn it, but I guess I was born with it. It's a natural. And they asked the old man, they want to push this highway along this winter road in Toledo to Fort Norman at that time. Don't know I get you. You say, why are they saying that for? Jo tumba eji, ajon member, kele ya felante. Tumba guy con and it compet, go penaya felante. It says there are trails, historical trails along the riverbank. There's trails that goes into the mountains in the back to the lakes to where they harvest. There's site specifics that you're not even willing to consider, to acknowledge. How much more time we're going to come here to you and tell you these things? Needs ain't he? We are tired. Hitle jo dustene gozona he na he jaun go ginde dustene gozon kale go afita. All these years, how many different board members have we sat in front of to where you are today? How many? How many changes have we seen in faces and ideas? Because I've been at this table for 50 years and I've seen many come and go to Wrigley and talk about this here. If you don't get it now, you'll never ever get it. Somebody is on call. Money is good. But how about our spirit, our beliefs? Is that at a cost? Whose cost? We got to live by our heart. In that in day, na hejana hetseke kalego gendile go agotara diode. This land that Petsanki First Nation continued to try and express and protect, it's not only for my children and grandchildren, but those are unborn. In that way, as then the people, we think that far. We don't think only for today. Do you know, you talk about these bridges. Get real. And you put that road right where it is, you only have single lane bridges. You're going to have a 2-lane bridge on this highway. And you're telling me you're not going to be able to remove those? Are you telling me you're going to leave those bridges there and just push a highway with that 1-lane bridge? No. Many times we've talked with industry, with infrastructure. Elders from my time to this day, even there's a bridge just out of town, Smith Creek. Told them when they built that bridge there, don't put that bridge there. There's a slide. That thing there to come right straight down. You got a big double S down coming down that road. Man, that's it. Put it on top of the bank on a higher bank. That place that they identified has not split once. But if infrastructure listened to us, that bridge would not be replaced today. We live there. Go out there. Listen to them. Hear what they're saying. So when you come to the locals, when you come to the local people, the indigenous people, Na. We've worked, as a chief, I've worked with the Jim Stevens, did the PDR work. That's one of the first things I've asked, and we've asked, was the bridge. Well, they're going to have to remove the bridge. You know what Jim Stevens says? They're removable. Just like anything else. You put them there, you can remove them. It's no problem. Fiber optic links, you compare it to the highway. It's not the same as a highway. That's underground. What kind of disturbance is that? All I need to just stress today, it is very sensitive to my body and the way I think. Then they are it. We are a people. But instead of embracing and working in partnership, and you want a partner to work with, work with us. Hear our people out. The way I look at it, same with Cease, long gone Cease Macaulay. She thought she'd see that in her lifetime, right? Well, I don't think I'm going to see that highway in my lifetime. Yes, it is very important for our people. If it was for our people. I'll say once and I'll say it again. This road, winter road, got nothing to do with humans. It is opening up the country. And that's a good thing. In one way or another, it's a good thing. Because we have a lot of well-versed young people are growing up and grasping what the elders are saying now. After me, after my generation, my young people are going to have to step up to the game here. They are going, they are going. You got to start speaking for themselves and their children and their family, their nieces and nephews. So this is passed down. With that, I'm just going to leave it with that. Because you're talking about an area that is very spiritually significant to me and my family and to my community that I represent. I've been very fortunate to this day to have been accepted to represent the people as an individual, So all I say is mercy to them and to their elders. Their fathers and their grandfathers are the one that gave me the words to speak. So when I'm around, depends on how I am. You've heard me many times. I speak with the spirit. It's just not the words out of my mind. So I give you that. Say mercy for giving me this opportunity, because I was shaking like hell before I got here, but I'm calm now. So we are good. But there is work in progress. The only thing, there is an unlevel playing field for the Pacific First Nations dealing with the GNWT. Is not having the capacity. You know, I've been, since Bob McLeod, we've been asking for capacity so we can do our homework of what you're asking us to do, and still there's no resources. You have all the scientists and all the researchers sitting on your site. What do you have? So it's very unfair. Then I go on day, but then the people is very unfair. And it's always like that, always continuous. If you want to make progress, the First Nations, the Indigenous people need the resources to do their due diligence for any projects happening within their territory. With that, Masi, you all have a good afternoon.
Masi Cho, Tim Lenny, thank you for that. Before we go to, we're going to do shortly we'll do a break and then we're going to switch to wildlife. But before we do that, we have a question online from Rory Carthew, and we'll try to move it along fairly quickly. And then we also have a statement from Fred Andrew of the Talita RRC, and then after that we'll go to a break. But with that, we're gonna pivot to wildlife. I feel like we've had a good, thorough discussion of different aspects of road design, clearly an emphasis on routing, but I think people have had concerns. You guys have heard the concerns. We've got some useful information. There are more questions from PKFN. So PKFN, you're okay doing the rest in writing? And copy us so we can get the questions on the record. And we're looking for answers tomorrow morning. Do you want to go ahead, Mark?
Yeah, just in terms of the questions that PKFN might have, I think we should, on the break, huddle a little bit with GNWT just to look at the questions to make sure that we get the timing right on the responses.
But before the break, though, let's go to Rory and to Fred Andrew.
Thanks very much, Alan, and thanks for the earlier comments and discussion. I have one point first to make, and it relates to comments from the GNWT on exploring environmental impacts. And that's just that under Section 111 of the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, an environmental impact includes any effect on the social and cultural environment or on heritage resources. So those considerations should be included as the GNWT is considering the alternative alignment options. Related to the question that I want to get to are the issue of uncertainties and how there are a number of, for example, outstanding studies or documents. I mean, there's a kind of lack of an updated economic assessment, which we'll talk about tomorrow. But I'm just hoping to get some confirmation from the review board that parties will be given adequate time to review those documents, the outstanding information, prior to having to come up with closing arguments or getting ready for the public hearing portion. I do have my actual question afterwards, but I'm just hoping to get a quick confirmation from the review board that parties will get a chance to meaningfully consider these outstanding and important documents.
Hi, Rory. It's Mark here. Sorry, the internet. I don't know if the cables are being cut right now in under the Baltic, but just to confirm, you're talking about the business case report, the new economic assessment report.
Yes, I am referring more specifically to those studies, but there were other studies that were mentioned as well. Some of those I recognize are probably going to be confidential, so not available for broader review. But just in dealing with the outstanding information that is expected to come in, if parties will get a chance to meaningfully review and consider those.
Mark, again, I think it would be dependent on which reports. I think some of the ones that you were talking about might be the traditional land use studies, we're still working through how that information may get put onto the record and how that would be held under confidential cover. Hopefully we'll give greater direction to parties in a notice of proceeding in the next week or so. In terms of any other reports, if it's the economic assessment, the business case report, or potentially the bridge study that was mentioned earlier, if that does get on the record, in most cases under environmental assessment practice, we'll ensure that there's adequate time for parties to be able to review that prior to interventions or closing argument. GNWT might have a response here. I'm going to pass it over to Seth Bennett.
Thanks, Mark. Seth Bennett, GNWT. I just wanted to provide a quick update. So we did confirm that the Winter Road Bridge Load Evaluation work that is currently underway is targeted for completion in August of 2025.
Thanks. And you know what I think?
So
Rory, do you have a follow-up? A very quick follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the original question I wanted to ask, but economic information, and benefits and consideration of that are hugely important for parties to consider. There's a section tomorrow planned for talks on economy, so I can save comments for that time. The question that I had is more related to a lot of the comments and discussion that have happened this morning, and what seems to be a bit of an emergent concern related to the lack of certainty over essentially the project design. That parties are having to consider very serious impacts to their future on a project that is conceptual. Now, a lot of tremendous work has gone into it, absolutely, and that is great. But the GNWT is sort of limited in how specific they can get with some of their answers, and understandably, a lot of the communities in the Mackenzie Valley are wanting to have specific questions and answers about their concerns. And when we're looking at this process, without being able to respond to those specifics, parties are effectively being asked to trust that the GNWT will design a project that is going to be okay, and that eventual interests will be properly managed and stewarded. And that's putting a lot of pressure and on communities for them to agree to that. Basically, in essence, communities are being asked to sign over a part of their agency in the process, because, as has already been mentioned, a lot of these decisions are going to be out of their reach when this moves outside of the environmental assessment process and into permitting. And so that reduces some of the agency that communities have in the process. It also reduces the potential for sort of meaningful, free, prior, and informed consent on some of those outstanding issues where there are uncertainties. So in the project, and generally when working with precautionary principle, we look at things like adaptive management, and that has factored prominently in the mitigation measures. But there's been no clear sort of description of what level of control communities will have in that process to sort of also reclaim some of that lost agency in the process. And it seems that in order to preserve the sort of well-being of communities, that you need to, as uncertainty and risk increases, you need to actively build in processes that allow for agency to be regained during the project, and either the construction or the operation or both. And that seems to be lacking right now in the mitigation measures that I've reviewed. So within that context, and to sort of help allay some concerns that are going around the room and amongst parties, and that are likely not going to be resolved in this process with the technical session. Will the GNWT commit to sort of creating actual roles in to promote and restore agency for communities by
Sorry,
giving
Rory,
them actual roles?
the connection broke up. Rory, can
Oh.
you hear me? The connection broke
Yeah.
up. So just when you got to the verbatim wording of the commitment you were asking for, suddenly it went all staccato, and I got to ask you to do it again. Maybe turn off your camera. We'll see if that makes any difference, but we really want to make sure we get before we were missing the odd word, but this was
Okay.
you know, something else.
I'll try it again. Thanks for stopping me. So the commitment I'm asking is, will the GNWT commit to actively promoting and restoring the agency of communities in the Mackenzie Valley by creating actual roles in the design, administration, and implementation of adaptive management processes?
Okay. Thanks for that, Rory. We heard that one loud and clear. We'll go to the GNWT.
Thanks.
So thanks for the question, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So I would suggest that the mitigations that we have proposed already, which include the establishment of the corridor working group and sub-working groups, and additional engagement on various management monitoring plans, does actually satisfy and meet that request. So we have already committed to working collaboratively moving forward on the development of those pieces.
Thanks, Rory. You've heard the response. What do you think? And are there other perhaps more specific commitments you would like?
Thanks for the opportunity to comment again. And I appreciate the response, but I sort of respectfully disagree. And I think as we get into some of the wildlife issues, for example, with caribou, or talk about some of the other topics tomorrow and on day 3, and we get into the issue of cumulative effects, there are many considerations and concerns and communities throughout the Mackenzie Valley that are not yet adequately represented in the mitigation measures. And so unless those commitments are being expanded, or rather, unless the mitigation measures are being expanded to include communities throughout the Mackenzie Valley, then no, I don't believe that the sort of response is adequate.
So considering that sometime perhaps during day 3, because you point out there's a connection there, if you can propose more specific commitments, we can floor them then and get them considered.
Thanks.
Okay, and finally, before the break, I'm just going to switch the order around a little bit. We've got Todd Slack for Delaunay-Gauthier government, and then Trina Evans, who has been waiting patiently for a chance to speak. Let's try to keep it fairly tight, just because the sun is starting to get low. I know that it's November, which means it's not that late. But after that, we'll go to the break, and then we'll get Fred Andrew after the break.
Thanks, Todd Slack with DK or Delaunay-Gauthier government. Jeez Louise. Hey, can we get Rory's comments on a page and then put it on the wall and then get GNWT, the one they said no to? Because I'm gonna say something very similar. So maybe we can talk about language.
So are you asking Rory to enter his comment as in the chat for the Zoom, and then we put the chat up?
I was going to suggest a flip chart. Todd Slack with GG I was gonna suggest a flip chart page, but whatever works. Something that we can see in the room.
Yeah, over the break, let's consider that. When you say as comment, do you mean as a request for a commitment?
Geez Louise, I'm trying to keep it direct. Yes.
I just want to know what you want. Okay, thanks. Yeah, we'll see if we can get that up on a flip chart over the break. But I am also keen to make sure we have enough time to discuss the very important topic of wildlife. So that's a yes. And finally, before the break, Trina Evans. Trina, do you have one of the free mics? Great, thanks.
Hear me? Hi. Susan Latrina Lafferty from Lilicon. Econ, j'ai cancel ben econ, c'était econ, thoughts on econ, making at ile, goats on econ, meja, c'est de, meja, megitli, meja goats on mit eke, agent econ, cancel ben econ, goats enethela. Eki, it's iliat ile, kasenti, j'ai ton, de, c'est deon de, godi, goats on hone econ, not etlale econ, he kon dene thelada, I guess, a sacred ground. And kadi goats on said tin la, dots on ad in le kon me held in he. Kodi said seka, I joined in le meo, kameo ne tonda, you kon, to respect his wishes. I'm Trina Lafferty from Fort Simpson. I was raised by my grandparents. My grandfather had a cabin down by Camp Bend. It's between the Fort Wrigley crossing and Willow River, Hanta, they call it. And my grandfather had his first family. He had 8 children, as a wife. All his 8 children had died. He had buried them around Camp Bend area. And his wife had died. They all died of illnesses. And when we used to go down the river from Fort Simpson to Norman Wells by boat, we spent the night down the river by his cabin. And he used to say that there's sacred ground where nobody is supposed to go. And I don't know how far it is from the Mackenzie River to the highway that's to Pittsburgh. And I just know that it's sacred and to respect his wishes. And, it's just, I feel that I had to say something because, if this was to proceed, how much more damage and how much more sacred grounds are they going to disturb? How much more graveyards are going to be disturbed? And even the animals know where not to go. And they know what's sacred as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Merci for that, Trina. And if there's anything during the break you can describe even towards which communities or anything else that you want the board to know about that, our board has considered spiritual impacts carefully in the past, and it recognizes that that's an important part of culture. So thank you for your comment. We are going to take a break until we'll take a 10-minute break and then start on wildlife. Thank you all for the discussion on road engineering technology and alternative routes and accidents and malfunctions this morning. See you in 10. Next thing we have is a presentation from the GNWT. We're gonna switch to impacts on caribou and moose, and we've also asked the GNWT if they would kindly be willing to also introduce some of their impacts on other wildlife besides caribou, moose, and other species at risk in the same presentation instead of two separate presentations, because we think it'll set up the afternoon for a more efficient discussion where we cover more of the bases. So with that, I'm going to ask, is it Seth, are you doing it? If Seth could do his presentation. Seth, is 10 minutes enough? For both topics?
Yeah, it should be good enough.
Marvelous.
Just to clarify, I'm going to actually direct this over to Carlos Stantak to lead us through these slides.
Okay. Okay, please do. Don't forget to state your name before you start presenting. Thanks.
Erica Badom, Calistantic. I just want to introduce our team that will be presenting this for GNWT. We have online Mike Setterington from Environmental Dynamics and his colleague Kerman Bajina. And here in the room, we have Elliot Terry with Calistantic. And Mike will be presenting the slides.
Hello, it's Mike Setterington here. I'd first like to apologize for Kaman and I not being there in person. We did have a canceled flight in Vancouver that left us no alternative to reach Yellowknife in time for this session. So thanks for allowing us to present online. If we could move on to the next slide. The boreal caribou of the NT1 population and regional moose populations were key focal points for this assessment due to the threatened status of the caribou and the importance of moose harvesting. The project directly interacts with the boreal caribou. However, barren ground caribou are not expected to be affected by the project footprint. While there's no direct interaction between the project and barren ground caribou, we acknowledge the potential access and harvesting issues that could arise, which are addressed as potential cumulative effects. The assessment primarily focused on the direct and indirect effects on habitat, emphasizing how these factors may impact caribou movement and habitat disturbance from fire in humans. Additionally, we qualitatively assess the health of both the caribou and moose. Next slide. A total of 36 information requests regarding caribou and moose were received from the following organizations, including the Lidlakwe First Nation, the Delaney Renewable Resources Council, the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board, and Environment and Climate Change Canada. The Government of the Northwest Territories addressed 8 key themes in response to those information requests that included discussions on the spatial extent of the local assessment area and its potential effects on caribou and moose populations within that area, the zones of influence for both moose and caribou, an updated habitat assessment that incorporates recent fire and human disturbance data, clarification of the cumulative effects assessment area, evidence regarding barrier effects caused by the highway, referencing experiences from northern highways such as the Cleetcho Highway. We provided more details about the biophysical attributes of caribou critical habitat. We provided acknowledgement of existing disturbances, particularly from fire, and the necessity to plan for habitat loss. and recognition of the road's potential to increase access for harvesters. Additionally, the government of the Northwest Territories responded to the review board's information request number 2, which addressed habitat change projections related to climate change. We can move on to the next slide. Most information requests were addressed by reorganizing material from Chapter 10 to respond more effectively to specific questions. This included inquiries about caribou movement and the results of the movement analysis that was submitted after the main portion of the developer's assessment report. We updated table 10.18 in the developer's assessment report to include all available data as of August 2024. This update features a human disturbance layer current to 2020 and fire disturbance data available through the end of 2023. The updated analysis did not alter the findings of the effects assessment nor change the government of Northwest Territories mitigation approach. High levels of disturbance persist in the range planning region of Southern Northwest Territories, and the disturbance threshold has already been exceeded within the spatially confined local assessment area for caribou and moose. Additionally, there was further discussion on the government of Northwest Territories' commitments to monitoring and mitigation as outlined in responses to Mackenzie Valley Environmental Review Board's information requests number 56 and 57 as examples. Move to the next slide. Government of Northwest Territories has proposed a comprehensive list of mitigation measures aimed at reducing the potential impacts of the project on caribou and moose. Some of these measures include limiting vegetation removal to the width of the right-of-way and workspaces, limiting vehicle speeds to 50 kilometers an hour in unfinished project road surface to reduce disturbance and reduce the likelihood of vehicle-wildlife collisions, 10-meter width breaks and windrows at approximately 300-meter intervals to reduce blockage of moose and caribou movement, and follow activity restriction guidelines such as timings and setbacks for sensitive wildlife species, including moose and caribou. These mitigation measures were addressed and expanded upon in the government of Northwest Territories' responses to information requests. Next slide. And since we're including wildlife, we'll just move on to the wildlife presentation. We'll end with that. So if we go into the next slide and the next slide. So the potential effects of the project on wildlife and their habitats are discussed in Chapter 19, while the potential effects on birds and bird habitats are outlined in Chapter 20. The residual impacts on other wildlife and wildlife habitats, as well as on birds and bird habitats, are predicted to be minimal. These impacts will not exceed conservation thresholds or threaten the long-term persistence or viability of species at risk, species of conservation concern, or species of cultural or traditional importance. Government in the Northwest Territories focus its assessment on wildlife and bird species at risk, as well as on important wildlife areas and important bird areas. The draft Wildlife Mitigation and Monitoring Plan, found in Volume 5 of the Development Assessment Report, includes proposed mitigations, monitoring, and adaptive management strategies for wildlife and birds. The Wildlife Mitigation and Monitoring Plan is largely based on the existing plan developed for the Cleat-Cho Highway. The Government of Northwest Territories will continue to engage with Indigenous organizations and other affected parties during the development of the Wildlife Mitigation and Monitoring Plan, and the approval of that plan will be required before construction can begin. The Government of Northwest Territories has proposed a long list of mitigation to reduce the potential effects on wildlife and birds. These are primarily focused on reducing areas of new clearing and disturbance, conducting clearing activities in the winter, and controlling dust and noise. The government plans to conduct additional wildlife surveys before construction as currently specified within the Wildlife Mitigation and Monitoring Plan For example, that would include pre-construction bear den surveys or beaver and lodge dam surveys. There were quite a few information requests from Environment and Climate Change Canada regarding the assessment approach for birds. The Government of Northwest Territories approach to assessing effects on birds is based on habitat associations, supplemented by boreal Arctic modeling and automated recording unit data. This approach is appropriate and conservative. The Government of the Northwest Territories is open to considering how additional available data, such as that offered by Environment Climate Change Canada, can be used to help design project-specific monitoring plans. So next slide, and final slide of the presentation. So we hope the technical information we provided clarifies the details of the developer's assessment report. We appreciate the opportunity to review the intervener's concerns and perspectives, allowing us to offer updated or additional information and interpretations. In this meeting, we aim to address any remaining technical issues related to the caribou and moose and wildlife chapters of the development assessment report. So thank you very much for your time put into the information requests and your time and attention in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Seth. Now there's a statement from Frank Andrews of the Toledo Renewable Resource Council.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Frederick Andrew. I am the president of Toledo Renewable Resources Council, and I'm here today representing TRRC on behalf of our council and the people of Toledo. I want to thank you for an opportunity to address this important project. The RRC roles and mandate. The Toledo Renewable Resources Council was established under the Chapter 13 of Sault Daniel Métis Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement. The land claim is a constitutional protected agreement that provides a legal framework to the government and management of the land, resources, and rights within the Sault settlement area. Specifically, the Renewable Resources Council has an outline in Section 13.9 are the primary community-based organization responsible for managing renewable resources at the local level. Under Section 13.9.2, the RRC have the authority to make a recommendation on wildlife harvesting, land use, conservation measure to protect the environment. Furthermore, Section 13.9.3 empower the RRC to monitor, enforce, and assist with the implementation of the land use and conservation plan, ensuring the sustainable use of renewable resources in their respective area. The reason that sometimes we speak is very important, but in a meeting like this, sometimes you forget. And this thing I'm reading here is so important and it's dear to my heart because I grew up on the land with the animal. So I need to write it down, that's why. So I'm reading to you guys. The TRRC role is to uphold this power and responsibility, balancing the need for economic development with the preservation of our land, wildlife, traditional way of life. Here, our support for Mackenzie Valley Highway project. RRC is generally supportive of the Mackenzie Valley Highway project, recognizing its potential to bring significant economic opportunity and infrastructure improvement to two region. However, our support is contingent upon the meaningful engagement with our council and assurance that we will play a direct and significant role in the project through the provision of wildlife and environmental monitor. And request for TRRC to provide wildlife environmental monitor. Okay. To ensure the project aligns with our principle of the land claim and an address community concern, the TRRC formally requests to be hired to provide wildlife environmental monitoring service for the duration of the project. Today, we are asking both Mackenzie Valley Revere Board and the government of Northwest Territory for explicit and formally commitment to engage the Toledo Renewable Resources Council and hire our wildlife environmental monitor for this project. The commitment is essential to ensure that the environmental and social impact of the highway project are managed, responsible, and in alignment with the priority of a Toledo community. Such a commitment will demonstrate respect for the government work frame established under the land claim, uphold the principle of local involvement in the resources management, and set a precedent for meaningful collaboration between the project component and indigenous community. Reason for our involvement: legal mandate and authority. The RRC request is firmly rooted in the legal framework of a land claim, and as per section 13.9.4, Renewable Resources Council have authority to act as a liaison between government, industry, and the community of the matter of resources management. This authority position the TRRC as an ideal body to oversee wildlife environmental monitoring during the highway project. And number two, non-for-profit and a community-driven value. As a non-for-profit organization, TRC is not motivated by the commercial interest. Our focus is on protecting the environment, representing the interests of a community, the assurance that the principle of a sustainability guide all activity on our land. And number three, train, monitor, operational readiness. TRRC has a team of trained and qualified wildlife environmental monitor ready to be employed for this project. We also have the necessary vehicle and equipment to support efficient and effective monitoring operation. This readiness ensures that the project will benefit from strong environmental oversight from the offset. Number four, traditional knowledge and local expertise. The TRC integrated traditional knowledge and emphasized in section 13.1.1a, a land claim which recognized the importance of indigenous knowledge in managing renewable resources. This ensures that the project is guided not only by scientific standard, but also by the wisdom and practice of those who have lived on the land for generations. And number five, the commitment to sustainability. Our mandate is to protect the land and its resources for their future generation. Engaging our TRRC ensures that environmental stewardship remain a top priority, safeguarding ecosystem while enabling responsible development. And number 6, employment and capacity building. By hiring a TRC, the project can create a meaningful employment opportunity for local residents, build community capacity, and strengthen the ability of the Toledo district to participate in and benefit from regional development and projects that result from the completion of the highway. And number 7, alignment with the two Danny and Métis land claim agreement. Section 13.1.1a highlight the importance of a local community involvement in renewable resources management. Hiring a TRRC directly support this goal and ensuring the project aligns with a broader objective of a land claim. And in conclusion, the Mackenzie Valley Highway project has a potential to bring lasting benefit to Saskatchewan region. But it must be implemented with care and respect for environment and the community its impact by explicitly commending to engage the Toledo Renewable Resources and the board of GNWT can ensure this project is conducted in responsible and collaboration manner. We are prepared, equipment, and legally mandated to fulfill this role, ensuring that treasure knowledge and the community concern are integrated at every stage of the project. Thank you for your time and consideration. And with that, Didi, I'm going to just say in my own language. Di tare sila sure nahanane ke ye highway de pigon de la. Di tare si mulai kembe ke guste. Tene ke guste sa wa pelole ason tele. Tena tele ka tene ke guste ga go. Kon kul mulai kenda na timbe ke guste la ka sa ne so. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you very much for giving the time to listen to me and Masi.
Masi Cho, Fred Andrew, thank you for that. If it's all right with you, I've asked Catherine to, or perhaps Clementine, to grab a copy of that so we can put it on our public record directly. We expect that that the recordings from this session will have captured it, but having the original, if you don't mind, we'll put it on the public record so that we can refer to it. And then I'll ask the GNWT to consider the commitment from there. So we've now moved on to the part of the day where we focus on, among other things, one of our key lines of inquiry, impacts on caribou and moose. Who would like to start questioning? Kanda, please go ahead.
Thank you. I will share the questions with or the time to ask the question with Rari that is online. Yep. I'll start off by saying that the GTC is concerned that the proposed timeline of the project, which could see project-related disturbances continue for up to 20 years, will have a greater adverse impact on boreal caribou, which are known to be highly sensitive creatures. GTC anticipates that sustained disturbance in the area is more likely to disrupt use of habitat by boreal caribou and discourage the presence of movement in proximity of the MVH corridor. Noise and disruption from construction activities are likely greater and impactful than the anticipated operating conditions of the highway. For example, it is highlighted that the anticipated use will be around 50 daily vehicle trips. However, the GNWT's assessment of the alternative timeline scenario in the public registry document number 251, precisely on page 30, suggests that on balance, the proposed timeline, which spread out the work over 20 years, is less impactful on boreal caribou. So I have two sets of questions. The first ones will go to the DNWT ECC, and the second one will go to ECCC. My first question is to ask the GNWT to confirm if traditional knowledge was used in the development of impact predictions for the alternative timeline assessment.
Thank you. GNWT?
I'm going to ask Carlos Stantec to speak that one quickly, please.
Erica Benum. No, not working. Yeah, Erica Benum. Yeah. The presentation of the effects of the accelerated construction schedule was based relatively compared to those assessed in the DAR. So traditional knowledge is used throughout the developer's assessment report relative to, caribou and moose and other wildlife. And so where it deals with the accelerated construction schedule, those predictions are made relative to what is presented in the DAR. So inherently, all of the information that's presented in the DAR is considered in that regard.
Okay, Kanda speaking again. In that case, how did the TK address the sensory disturbances and reactions of caribou to the different timeline scenarios?
Erica Benum, before I pass it over to Mike Setterington, I just want to comment, just make sure that that there is a clear understanding of how the construction of the project will progress. So the project is constructed, the project, not the alternative. The project is constructed in 3 consecutive segments. So it may be the decho portion first, it may be one of the 2 sawtooth portions first, but it is not the whole project that's constructed over 20 years. It's 3 segments that get constructed sequentially. Under the accelerated construction alternative, we see all of those 3 segments constructed at the same time. So that's just a clarification on how that construction works, and I'm just going to pass it over to Mike now.
Oh, it's Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics. If I understand your question specifically, it was traditional knowledge specifically considered in the accelerated construction versus the 10-year construction over 20 years. And the direct answer to that is no, that specific question was not considered with traditional knowledge. And I think the answer that Erica provided was the technical way that we approached it. And I think that was sufficient for this purpose.
Thanks for the concise and direct answer. Kenda?
Thank you. Which approach was considered more stressful to boreal caribou?
Erica, would you rather deal with that?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
The question is, which one is more stressful? I'll let you interpret that.
Yeah, right. That's an interesting question. It's Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics. Apologies. That is an interesting question and a difficult one to balance off. Is it more stressful in 5 years of a more intense operation? Anything greater than something that happens over a 20-year period within a 10-year construction period? And we would have considered animal adaptation versus a burst of construction activity. So I do not have a direct answer to that. We treated them equally.
Hannah, do you want the answer restated because we cut out the first part, or was it clear enough with the part that we heard?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Mike, we lost the first few words of your response.
Oh.
Couldn't tell which scenario we're referring to. Can you please repeat that?
Sorry. Considering both scenarios, the accelerated construction period where there's more intensive activity across the entire footprint, or broken up in different sections over 10 years. We treated those as equal levels of disturbance. We don't know enough about caribou behavior and whether they would adapt to longer term disturbance or react more to more intense disturbance.
So Mike, this time we heard the second part the first time and the first part the second time. If we put it together, I think the key parts that we heard were that you consider them as being equally equal sources of disturbance, and considering, among other things, the increased intensity, the activity, and the ability of wildlife to adapt to the disturbance level to a degree. Is that roughly what you said?
Mike Setterington, Alan, that is a good summary. Thank you. I apologize for the broken responses.
Personally, I blame Elon Musk for anything on the internet right now. I certainly don't blame you, but I think we've got the point across. Do you have another question?
Yes, thank you. I believe someone suggested after the break to have a parking lot where we can put some of the answers that we lose through internet breaks. So if he doesn't mind if he can type that in for us to have it, that will be great. I have my notes, but I would like the total answer for that. Thanks.
So Mike, are you okay with submitting something to that effect in writing, perhaps in the chat of the Zoom, so that we could capture it for participants to refer to later?
Mike Setterington, yes, we will type up something coherent.
Thank you.
If you're able to do it before the end of the day, that would be helpful. Thank you.
It's Erica, but I just wonder if I could follow up maybe just with a question. So the comparison relates to is presented in section 3.2.7.8 of the accelerated construction alternative, and sometimes it's helpful to just ask us questions that relate to some of the information that's been filed, if there's something that can be clarified there, because I think what Mike said is probably explained there. So if it's not explained as clearly as it should be, that might be helpful to point us to the, in reference to the material that was filed.
Kendra, does this relate to a particular section? I don't think it's a tragedy if it doesn't. That's okay. But if it does, it sounds like it would be helpful to the developer to have a reference in the DAR or an IR.
I provided the reference of the public record document, or which we have the timelines scenario on 251 and page 30. That's what I referenced before asking my question. So the second part of my question is for the ECCC. In relation to the
Hold on, let's just make sure that ECCC, which is at the back of the room, can you guys hear clearly? Because this next question is directed to you. And at the front of them. Good, thanks.
Okay. Yeah. In relation to the two timelines, and construction scenarios. How does the relative risk to herd movement, patterns, and behavior change with continued exposure to sensory and physical stressors or disturbance? Okay, I'll go slowly. In relation of the two timelines and construction scenarios, how does the relative risk to herd movement, patterns, and behavior change with continued exposure to sensory and physical stressors?
ECCC.
And which scenario does ACCC reasonably think poses less risk for boreal caribou?
Thank you for the question. This is Bridget Campbell with the Canadian Wildlife Service. And Environment and Climate Change Canada didn't really look very much at the noise and traffic. How do I say it? The exposure to noise and traffic that would come with the two analyses. So we did, however, mention that the assessment didn't incorporate much of a noise and disruption component in addition to the physical spatial component of the assessment. And we would be looking for more information from the government of Northwest Territories to fill in that gap. I can also bring this question to our caribou expert online and get back to you with any gaps in this response that I've just provided. Thanks.
Thanks. Are you proposing that as an undertaking for Environment and Climate Change Canada, or do you have someone online now who can respond to that?
Again, Bridget Campbell, the Canadian Wildlife Service. We have somebody online, and I believe I can get back to you in the next few minutes.
Next few minutes would be just great. Thanks. Kenda?
Thank you so much. Last part of my question. Does ACCC agree with the GNWT's assessment that boreal caribou are more likely to be adversely affected by an accelerated timeline as compared to the proposed timeline? Construction over 4 years versus over 10 years, over 20 years time window.
ECCC, and state your name first, please.
Bridget Campbell, again, Environment Climate Change Canada, Canadian Wildlife Service. I will also pose this to our caribou expert online and come back to you in a moment. Thank you.
Okay. While ECCC is caucusing and preparing to respond to that, is there a different question that another party has on moose and caribou? Canada?
Yes, we are yet to be done. Rory online will ask a question regarding caribou as well, if you don't mind.
No, that's good. So Rory, you're next, and then Rhea McDonald, I'm going to ask if you have a question, because it seems like you do. I'll ask you after Rory has asked his, and we have an answer. Rory, do you want to go ahead?
Thanks very much. It's Rory Carthew here on behalf of Gwich'in Tribal Council. I'll keep my video off in hopes that it is more clear communication. And this question relates to the question with caribou habitat disturbance levels and critical habitat. And these are very critical pieces for GTC and central to the discussion on how boreal caribou are likely to be affected by the project. So GTC believes that the intent of the Species at Risk Act and the NWT Species at Risk legislation support the position that the NT1 population of boreal caribou should be considered at the broad population level, and that the spatial and temporal assessment of project effects should be VC centered and not activity based, as per what we've seen with the GNWT's modeling. And this sort of VC centered approach is also supported in guidance documents, not just the review board's guidelines, but also the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, as well as in best practices from example, Major Projects Coalition. And there was another best practice in there too. I can supply if people are interested. Because the NT1 herd overlaps with the GSA, the Gwich'in Settlement Area and Gwich'in Traditional Territory, the GTC is concerned that project effects will add to the significant stressors that already face boreal caribou and threaten the population's persistence and recovery efforts. And this would have a serious impact on Gwich'in rights and interests. So boreal caribou are a transboundary species that move in and out of the Gwich'in settlement area, and they're highly sensitive. And GTC is concerned of the ripple effects at the broader population and herd level if the health and productivity in the southern range are compromised. And these questions are intended for both the federal and territorial caribou specialists. And it is what do your experts reasonably anticipate will occur as additive and synergistic effects on the broader NWT range if movement and productivity in the southern range is compromised by a loss of critical habitat. Now, I do have several questions. Is it more expedient if I ask all of them, or do you want me to pause and wait for answers?
How many you got, Rory?
I have 3 more.
Let's go one at a time. And I'll ask the GNWT to respond to that one first.
Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics. We agree with the assessment at the level of the NT1, and that is why we provided habitat disturbance values. And I'm going to refer you to our response to MVerb number 52, specifically table 52.1 or 52-1. That is an update to table 10.18 in the developer's assessment report. And that shows the project's effect on habitat at various ranges over NT1, the southern range planning area, and the range planning area in the Sahtu. So I think that shows the effect at the level of the NT1 population to get specifically at your question.
Okay.
Rory Carthew, can I just have a quick clarification? Is it not correct that that table and that updated assessment stops south of the Gwich'in settlement area?
No, that table includes the entire NT1 boreal caribou range. So whatever is in the Gwich'in settlement area in the NT1 range is included within that NT1 range polygon.
Thanks very much. I'll look to that with interest.
Okay. Would ECCC like to respond to Rory's question?
Melissa Pinto with Environment and Climate Change Canada. Can we just ask Rory to repeat the question so that we're clear? Thank you.
Rory, can you repeat the question, please, without the preamble?
Yeah. Sure. The question is, what do you, sorry, Rory Carthew here. The question is, what do your experts reasonably anticipate will occur as additive and synergistic effects on the broader population, the NT1 range, if movement and productivity in the southern portion is compromised by a loss of critical habitat associated with the project?
Thanks, Melissa.
Hi, this is Bridget Campbell with the Canadian Wildlife Service. I am not getting a response right now from our caribou expert online, so could I make this and the last two questions from the GTC an undertaking to bring back?
Depends. Do you anticipate getting a response over the next hour and a half, or is this an undertaking you're going to bring tomorrow? Because I can't be certain that all the folks over here for the wildlife subject will necessarily be in the room tomorrow. So if you're able to do it in the next hour and a half, let's not make an undertaking of it, just get it done. But if you can't, then let's turn that into an undertaking for the next day. Is that all right?
That works for me. Bridget Campbell again, Canadian Wildlife Service.
Great, thanks. And I'm willing to bet Rory's next questions may also be directed to ECCC as well as the GNWT. Rory, next.
Rory Carthew, thank you both. How much disturbed habitat for boreal caribou is anticipated with future development scenarios and infrastructure development in line with the GNWT's vision for economic development and diversification in the central Mackenzie Valley?
Well, you're not throwing softballs here, Rory. So the question is about induced development and the spatial extent of that as a correct me if I'm wrong, Rory, but as an indirect result of the road, correct?
That's correct. Over the timeline of the project,
Okay.
which I believe is permanent.
GNWT, is that something you can answer sitting here, or is that something you will need to take back?
Sorry, can I get you just to repeat the question again, please?
Absolutely. Roy Carthew. The question is, how much disturbed habitat is anticipated with future development scenarios and infrastructure development in line with the GNWT's vision for economic development and diversification in the central Mackenzie Valley? I do have some considerations that can be used for those for the question in reference to PR 215 page 7, which would include the completion of the Mackenzie Valley Highway to the Dempster Highway, an increase in the oil and gas industry, an extension of the drilling season, increased tourism, and the GNWT's plan for the Mackenzie Delta Liquefied Natural Gas Development Project.
So Rory's question fits well into the, one of the points that GNWT has made at earlier times, which is one of the objectives of this project is to introduce economic opportunities and possibly potential development to the region. And so I see that potential development having considerable linkages with the sort of spatial question that Rory's trying to get at.
Erica Bonhomme. While that's true, and that is the objective of the project, it is not currently the project before the review board, and reasonably there is nothing to speculate upon which that would suggest what that future development might look like. It's not helpful to create scenarios without any basis, and currently there is no basis for which to develop any sort of scenario. We've seen through many assessments in the past how those scenarios have been wildly wrong. And at this point, there's really not only is it not required as best practice and through guidelines and environmental assessment, there's simply nothing upon which to base such scenarios right now. The GNWT has included in its assessment of cumulative effects those project activities, those reasonably foreseeable project activities that it has some information upon which to base an assessment. So something that would suggest a timeline or a footprint or the type of activity that might interact in space and in time with the effects, the residual effects of the project.
Rory Carthew, I will just again respectfully disagree. I think that the GNWT has made various predictions about the economic prospects in the future, and I do intend to bring some of them up during the discussion on economics tomorrow. I also, to the point of standard practice, believe that there is a common double standard within many environmental assessments where the benefits of a project are lauded and used to justify the project, but the benefits themselves are excluded from the assessment. And I think that's what we're seeing here with the future plan to open up the Mackenzie Valley Basin, make it more available for development through this project and likely extensions of the highway. And therefore, I think that those other future plans and developments bear consideration under a cumulative effect scenario.
We got that. Thanks, Rory, and for putting that clearly. Todd Slack of Delaney Clean Government. Is your comment about this particular point? Because otherwise we've got a lineup of questions. Okay, Todd, go ahead, because this relates specifically to this question of Rory's.
Todd Slack, Delaney Goldson Government. And yes, I'll be direct. So just to be clear, I see the gap or the distinction between the two perspectives. And I think this is a question for Mr. Bonnet. So the new business case has just gone to contract. Within that new business case, is it the GNWT's direction that there will be no economic developments such as the ones Rory has mentioned as part of that business case development?
At this point in time, sorry, Seth Bennett, GNWT, you are correct. The GNWT has taken the step to actually with SSI, we're looking at updating the Mackenzie Valley Highway business case. We have not yet met with the procurement has not closed. It's still underway. We have not met with a contractor yet. Our intent with updating that business case is to focus on the direct impacts of the project. So direct benefits through construction, operation, maintenance of our project, and updating the financial figures and the direct impacts and benefits of that.
Thanks. And just to be clear, to restate that, GNWT will be providing direction to the contractor that economic benefits such as the GTC has asked about here will not be considered as part of the business case. Sorry, that was Todd Slack with TGG.
So if I understand the question correctly, and I'll summarize it kind of generally here, if part of your goal is to induce development, then are you going to consider the good and the bad of the additional development?
So I would suggest that in our discussions with the contractor, we would look at exploring potential for induced benefits, however, with the information that's currently available.
And also induced impacts?
Yes, any information on current projects, other developments that will be directly benefiting from the project.
Oh, got it. I heard the part about induced benefits, but I was wondering if you're looking at beneficial and adverse results from the induced development, because I think that's kind of what they're trying to get at. looking at the good and the bad from induced development, which, you know, creates a combination. Is that fair to say? Pros and cons, not just the pros?
Alan, it's Todd here. Maybe I can sharpen the question again.
Sharpen the question, but just wait till you've got them. Okay, go ahead, Todd.
So the past business cases talk about the induced benefits that are not, well, maybe back then they were somewhat reasonably foreseeable. That's the key term. Your EA staff should be telling you this. Rory is asking about things that, you know, wouldn't be considered reasonably foreseeable, but this is a basin opening project. So in your next business case that you're gonna do that is out for contract, and I think if it hasn't closed, will close this week, are you going to instruct the contractor to consider things that would be considered not reasonably foreseeable by the current definition? You know, drilling, mines, oil and gas, as opposed to projects that are reasonably foreseeable, which 100% need to be in there. You got to be clear on this, man.
Thanks, Seth on at GNWT. I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna take this one away quickly. I do want to come back with a proper answer, so I need some time to just connect.
Fair enough. Do you think you might be able to give us that tomorrow? All right, we're going to get into economics of the project, and that might not be a bad time to do it. But I mean, I get the point that the additional activity has a bearing on sensory disturbance to caribou potentially, but this also will fit reasonably into the socioeconomic stuff. So Todd, if it's okay with you, I think I want to hold that off until tomorrow, and that gives you some time to ponder it and give it due consideration, right? Okay, Rory, how many more questions do you have, Rory?
Rory Carthy, I'm satisfied with the conversation at this point and happy to defer other questions till tomorrow's talk. Thank you.
Okay, we'll accept that because it'll certainly help our schedule. Before I move on to Rhea McDonald from the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council, I just want to note that because originally we're only going to go to 4 and now we're going to 5, is there anyone who really has to leave at 4 who wants to ask a question about caribou, moose, other wildlife or species at risk? They can't wait past 4, because if so, I'll put you at the front of the line. Okay, Rhea, it's all yours. What is your question? Thank you for waiting.
It's just in regards to monitoring in the contract that was given to HRN. It says in the contract that monitors are to be hired. We talked to David with HRN about that, and he said we got to talk to JNWT. So we got to go to JNWT, and they said, well, it's the responsibility of the contractor. Now, if you listen to Fred Andrew, I don't think we're asking for much, but to do our mandate. And as for caribou, like I worked on that Husky 18 kilometers of road, and there were caribou there, but as the operation progressed, there was less caribou around, and they were more so towards the end of the project where there wasn't so much activity. Another thing I wanted to bring up is if you say caribou don't get displaced, well, the year of that activity, we have a lake that our family goes to hunting every fall for way before my time. And there's an island in the middle of that lake. That's where we have our camp, our cabins, our staging area, hangar meet, da 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 da. And that fall, excuse me, that fall, my uncle and one of my cousins had went out a few days before the rest of the family. And my uncle stepped outside his cabin. There was 2 caribou right there. Like literally 2 caribou right outside the door. He said, my girl, they were so close, I wanted to invite them in for coffee. Like, this is a place I've been going hunting for my whole life, and I had never seen caribou. On the shores, on the anywhere. It was always moose. So if you think construction, I mean, that's just 18 kilometers of road. If you think construction doesn't displace animals or caribou, then yeah, I don't think like I don't know what the answer is here, but one of my questions was the monitoring aspect of it and why so far there hasn't been any monitors from Toledo or Norman Wells on this project. When it says something right in the contract. Anyway, as for displacement, I think that I'll leave that more to the experts, but as far as I know, the effects on caribou are I don't know. But anyway, that's all I have to say about that. There was another question I had earlier, but that was towards the approaches on the bridges, and I think that question was answered. So I didn't need to ask that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rhea. Would the GNWT like to respond to Rhea's first question regarding the hiring of monitors?
Yeah, I would like to, oh, sorry, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. I'd start by providing clarification that we have and do continue to use community resources to help us in the delivery of our technical studies and the research that we've done to date on the project. So we do have opportunities for community monitors to participate in activities such as the specific examples would be archaeological impact investigations, the bear den surveys, activities such as those. As it relates to moving forward, we have outlined in our wildlife management monitoring plan and as that, using that as a mitigation measure or mitigation, the opportunity to continue to talk with communities and the renewable resources councils in particular on additional opportunities for involvement in management and monitoring moving forward.
Okay, thanks. Now I'd like to ask John Nishi of Eco Borealis, who is consultant for the review board.
Can I just respond to that?
Sure, Ray, go ahead.
I'm not talking about the archaeological and so on and so forth. I'm talking about to the day-to-day operations of equipment and the quarries and such as that. When I was out at Husky, there was a monitor there on a day-to-day basis, watching and making sure that things were being done according to their sorry, I had a brain fart there. According to their licenses and permits. So as far as the archaeological, I understand that, and I know that there's been meetings and stuff with the RRCs, but I'm talking about the day-to-day operations of the construction of the road.
Seth?
Yeah, so yeah, there is two different aspects of community involvement in the project. One is, as I referenced, the direct opportunities through the management monitoring programs that the GNWT would be implementing. The other is through the contracting requirements put on our contractors as they deliver the project construction activities. So there are two different aspects. We have outlined in the DAR that we are looking to develop a corridor working group that allows us to look at community readiness to identify resources that could be made available to our contractors and support us as we deliver the project.
Thanks, Seth. Now over to John Nishi. Well, I've also been advised that if there's feedback, the key is to move closer to the microphone, not further from it.
Thank you, John Nishi for the review board. First question that I had was hoping to clarify some recent responses to the board's information requests. And there's two figures that were prepared on the seasonal minimum convex polygons of colored boreal caribou that are associated with the Mackenzie Valley Highway proposed route. And there was a figure 56-1 in the information request that shows the caribou crossing locations. And so my question is to the GNWT who would have conducted the study and their technical team. And the question is, are your conclusions and inferences that are shown in that slide that essentially show where the caribou were in different seasons and where they were crossing the road, is that result really reflective of what the caribou in that area are doing, or is it largely a result of the colored animals that you colored? And the reason why I ask that is when you look at this figure, there's a pretty big gap between the northern portion of the study area and the southern part. And is that just because no caribou was colored that uses that area, or is that an area that's really not used by caribou? So I was hoping to get some insight on that question. Thank you.
It's Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics. I'll get Kerman to talk about this figure first and how we use the information. And then we might have some additional commentary from the GNWT directly.
This is Kerman Bagina from Environmental Dynamics. And so this figure is specific from the technical report.
Mike, we're not reading you loud and clear. Can you try that again?
Can you not hear me?
Kerman, I don't think we're hearing you very clearly. Can you just try that again, please?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's definitely better.
Okay. Apologies for that. Just let me know if it is breaking out. So this figure over here summarizes the minimum convex polygons of collared caribou that were used in the study for
Sorry, Commander, we're not getting you on the transcript. Could you just move closer to your microphone and speak a little louder, please? And start again if you would. Thank you.
Sure, sorry about that. Can everyone hear me now?
Okay, try again, please.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. All right, so I'll start from the beginning. This is a figure of the minimum convex polygons that were used from collared caribou in the assessment of boreal caribou movement. And as John Nishi mentioned, this is showing a clustering of caribou up near Toledo and Delaney and then down towards Wrigley. And this is reflective of the collared caribou in 3 specific seasons, in calving, early to midwinter, and then late winter. The other figure that John Nishi was referring to, figure 56.1, shows location crossings from GPS collared caribou across various seasons. And once again, these are representative of collared caribou locations. And that is the data that is available to us for this assessment.
Yeah, just to clarify, my understanding of John Nishi's question is, were those polygons separated by so much because caribou don't use the area in the middle, or just because you only had collars on caribou at the top and bottom?
I'll pass this off to James Hodson to answer from GNWT.
Yeah, so I think as he is explaining, those minimum convex polygons were the polygons on the map were only for specific seasons, not the whole year. If you look in volume 2, appendix 10A, there's a figure that shows the collar data from a previous collaring program that was before this project, and then from the collars that were put out for this project. It does fill in that gap in the middle. And considering the most recent data up to this year, which I know is not in the DAR, yeah, there's no gap. But there's definitely, most of the collared locations are to the east of the Franklin Mountains. We don't have a lot of collar locations occurring really close to the Mackenzie Valley Highway alignment, and very few crossings of those collared caribou.
Thanks, James. John?
Thanks for the answer, James. John Nishi for the review board. So as Mike Setterington presented earlier, he said there's essentially 3 sort of aspects of the wildlife monitoring mitigation plan. One is to continue the collar-based studies for caribou to assess movements. And I'm wondering how are those study objectives going to be achieved and over what time period? Specifically, I'm wondering, kind of related to the earlier question of, are there gaps in coverage? So is the study designed to try and fill in more areas to make monitoring more robust, and will composition surveys on caribou also be done to track trend of populations? My understanding is collars can be used in combination with composition surveys to monitor population trend. So I'm wondering if that is the objective of the monitoring that is being considered for the WEMP. Thank you.
That last acronym was a WMMP.
Okay, thanks. James Hudson with ECC. So yeah, the plan or the proposal is to continue the boreal caribou monitoring program. The objective in the first years was to put out 25 collars along the alignment between Wrigley and Norman Wells, and to try and keep that sample up over time through construction and into operations. As part of that program, we have been going out and doing the composition surveys every spring for those collared caribou along the alignment. And we're using that information along with the annual female survival rates to calculate the population trend of caribou in the study area.
Thanks, James. John?
John Nishi for the review board. Alan, so I'm just wondering, can I ask a couple more questions? I know that I imagine there's a lot more that people want to ask in the audience. So
I won't count you asking me if you can ask as one of your questions. But yeah, you're good for 2.
Okay. Thanks, James. So there was a moose survey that was done recently in 2021 that was provided as information to the DAR. And it's focused on the local assessment area, which is essentially 15 kilometers on either side of the proposed route. And the result was they estimated about 2,000 moose in an area of 12,000 square kilometers, which was about a density of 17 moose per 100 square kilometers. My question is that scale of moose monitoring, is that area going to be continued to be monitored through the wildlife management monitoring plan? And the second part of that question is, if so, is that the management area for moose that's going to be considered for assessing impacts and addressing questions that are going to come up with respect to harvest rates or sustainable harvesting? Thank you.
Okay, James Hudson with ECC. So the proposal in the draft WEMP for the project is to repeat the aerial moose surveys during construction, during operations, probably using a similar study area for comparison. The second part to your question, though, was more about the harvest management end of it. So right now, like the wildlife management zones that are used for managing resident moose harvest are split into zones D and zone S. So zone D is the Decho region, zone S is the Satu region. And so that would likely continue within those 2 separate zones as it currently is managed.
Thank you. John?
John Nishi for the review board. So I take it then that will be the spatial area for which moose will be managed and monitored for the project's life. Is that a fair statement?
I guess so. I mean, the WEMP is draft still, so it's open. There's room for discussion and refinement of the study area for moose. If people have ideas about how that should happen in the future. And results would be compared against other moose surveys in other areas as well to get the more holistic picture of what's going on.
Go ahead.
Thanks, James. John Nishi for the review board. Thanks for that answer. It's helpful because I think what it gets to for me is that, one of the points of discussion, I guess, and if you follow the information request, is this question of spatial scale and whether, so on the one hand, we've heard people talking about the NT1 range for boreal caribou, which is essentially, the western half of the Northwest Territories, the whole Mackenzie Valley. And we've heard in the information request that there's no compelling biological or natural boundaries to bound either boreal caribou or moose. And so it leaves, there's uncertainty then in terms of, okay, you know, there's a back and forth about what the predictions are going to be for boreal caribou, what the spatial scale is a really key part of that question. So I just wanted to kind of comment on that and to make that point that the scale of monitoring for both moose and boreal caribou is really going to have an influence on the predictions and has implications for monitoring and management. And so the other question that I had was more to do with monitoring and monitoring with respect to harvesting, whether it's boreal caribou or moose. And I very much appreciate the comments that Frederick Andrew made earlier about how the Toledo Renewable Resource Council was very interested in being fully engaged in monitoring. We've heard that from the Gwich'in, and I think we've heard that from other nations as well. And so my question, and actually, sorry, Mr. Bonnet also mentioned that as part of, you know, future development of the WMMP, that community engagement is going to be a key part. So I guess my question is both to the GNWT and to the Indigenous government organizations, which is for the GNWT, are there any sort of specific co-management kind of frameworks or models? Because this highway occurs within sort of the settled land claim and unsettled land claim. Is there a specific kind of co-management approach that you're thinking of when you implement the WMMP? And the question that I have for the Indigenous communities and resource councils and nations is, what sort of engagement do you want to have, and what sort of commitments do you see being useful and helpful to ensure that you're engaged and involved and participating, not just in the monitoring, but in the management decision aspects of things like harvesting moose and caribou? Thank you.
GNWT.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So things that we can reference through, again, our wildlife management monitoring plan and continued engagement. We do have already under regular territorial legislation reporting requirements for resident and non-resident harvesters. So those programs are existing programs that will continue. I could also reference, working collaboratively with the Indigenous organizations. So as a reference, with the Tlicho Highway, we work with the Tlicho government, and they have been looking at developing and implementing a voluntary monitoring program for the Indigenous harvest. But that's something that we're working with them to look at.
Thanks, John. Fred, Andrew, can you help respond to that? Thank you. Your mic, we're not picking you up.
Oh, okay. I have a question for these people over here. And just not too long ago, just a request for RRC to provide a wildlife environmental monitor to ensure their project aligns with a principle of a land claim and address community concern. The RRC formally request to be hired to provide a wildlife environmental monitoring service for duration of the project. What I want to know is, I think I really need to know from you guys when, and because this major Mackenzie Highway is going right through my backyard, and I need to know because we have all the necessary monitoring all in place, even the vehicle too. So I need to know that I was asking if it can be the monitor service be awarded to the RRC. But when I read this before, you guys never answered me, and I think I got the right to know. I need to know or when, because it's going through my my hometown, right in the backyard.
GNWT.
Thank you very much, Fred. Setmanet GNWT. So again, as outlined in the developer's assessment report, the plan is to finalize the WEMP, to work with communities to flesh out specific monitoring and management objectives and programs within it. Again, that is planned to be completed and needs to be approved prior to construction starting. So that work is currently underway and ongoing.
So if I understand you correctly, the GNWT's not prepared to make a commitment to that effect until just prior to construction starting.
We're continuing to engage on the development and finalization of the WEMP, which will include the monitoring and management requirements moving forward.
Mr. Andrews, is that a response that's clear enough for you? So they're not quite ready to commit to that now, but they're willing to commit to continue to talk about it, and will make decisions before construction. If that's, I think I've characterized that correctly. Yeah. Yeah. GNWT is confirmed. That's what they're saying.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see.
Okay. Thanks. We got one more question from John Nishi, and then we're going to PKFN. Sorry. Then we're after John Nishi, we're going to Jesse Tigner from the Delaney Renewable Resource Corporation, and then PKFN.
Thank you. John Nishi for the review board. I just wanted to kind of touch on the issue of harvest. I know we're going to talk about that tomorrow as well, but just with respect to moose management, moose impact effects, and boreal caribou harvesting and effects as well. There was an interesting paper that was published by Mark Boyce, who's a professor at the University of Alberta, and it's called Managing Moose Harvest by the Seat of Your Pants. And we can make that available, but it was published about 12 years ago. And the point of the paper was that for species like moose, and I think for caribou, where surveys are expensive, they're difficult to have a high level of precision, it's difficult to detect trend reliably, that especially in a situation where you're harvesting the animals, that information on harvest is and can be very important. So in the context of this project and in the context of moose and caribou, where these animals are important species for subsistence use by Indigenous people. And I think that's as outlined in the DAR and in the information requests, that there is going to be a voluntary harvest management sort of reporting to be done or to be considered. So I guess the question again kind of goes to the GNWT, as well as if any of the Indigenous government organizations would like to comment about the value of that, the sensitivity of that information, but how, I guess the question is it important enough to monitor in a meaningful way so that the decisions around the impacts of this project and the secondary impacts that may be associated with access and harvesting are tracked well and tracked by people that are actually on the land? Thank you.
I'm going to ask the GNWT to respond, and John, I might ask you to summarize the question in a more concise way, because it was a little bit of a scenic route that you got there with. But I think I've got it. GNWT, would you be more comfortable waiting for that question to be restated before responding?
Sure, please.
Okay. Try it just one more time, if you would, John.
All right. So I'm wondering what the strategy will be for monitoring harvesting of moose and caribou, not just for the resident harvesters, but for Indigenous communities. And in that context, I believe it's important to have that dialogue early so that the program can be done and is trusted. Thank you.
Read you loud and clear. Thank you. GNWT.
Is that something? Can you?
So I think in one of or a few information request responses, like with regards to the resident harvest, we have the resident hunter survey program, which has been going on for years now, which will continue and does provide some information on harvest levels of moose and boreal caribou. I think it is really important to get at the indigenous harvest part of it as well. And what we did for the Tlicho Highway was to provide support to Indigenous governments and organizations to develop their own voluntary harvest monitoring programs. So I think the same approach is being proposed here for this project. And that information is also very valuable to get the whole picture of the level of harvest pressure on a species.
Thanks, James. And John also asked if any Indigenous governments would like to weigh in on how they feel about harvest monitoring, not just for resident hunters, but also for Indigenous harvest.
It's Rhea McDonald here.
Oh, Rhea, go ahead, and then Tim Lenny is next.
I think it's important to be monitoring both. And I do think it's the responsibility of the RRCs to do that. So if we can get support in making a plan or a management plan on how to do that. I know from the Norman Wells RRC perspective, that's something we've been wanting to do for the last couple of years. And if we could get support to do it, I think that's great, because if you don't have it's got to be voluntary. The hunters got to volunteer their information, and we can't force them to, but we can tell them the importance of it. I guess I think the only way you're going to know the impacts is if you monitor both, not just resident. So yeah, if we can get support to create something like that, that would be great.
Thanks, GNWT. Is that the kind of thing that GNWT would be willing to consider supporting in response to the impacts in response to monitoring the impacts of this project?
So yes, we've already said and outlined again in our draft WEMP that that's the type of program, that's the type of thing that we would be looking to explore moving forward.
Okay, great. So what we hope then is to keep the conversation going between you guys on that topic. Jesse. Tim Lenny is next. So a quick response to this, and then Jesse we'll get to you in a second. Tim, go ahead, please.
Tim Lenny from Patseke First Nation. Just a short question. I realize that what they're saying. I know in their settlement agreements, there are certain agreements that are to be met. I know with that part of it, with the land claims, there are certain procedures that you have to follow and an agreement that you need to establish. And that's what I've been trying to say, is that we're not in the same boat here. So would that be, we've been very in Patseke anyways, very conservation mindful. Now, so our elders says always take care of the land. And one of the big ticket, whether any kind of infrastructure that happened within the Petzakin Day, I've always requested monitors throughout any kind of a project. I'm not too sure if the government would provide, and I guess I'm getting it now. If they would provide that kind of program to an unsettled community. So, because there are agreements specific to this in the Satu land claim group. So I'm just trying to wrap it around in my mind. How would you engage particularly First Nations in regards to monitoring? And at this time, we're also looking at, with the new leadership, young leadership, they're looking at guardianship. We start to use guardians, instead of monitors. So we have a guardianship program that we work within the DG, but I understand we'd like to make it more inclusive within that's a keen day. And that's just not monitoring. Once the project starts, that's when we want our monitors, just like everybody else started. So to mitigate, I guess, to review certain things. And we had the same program with Enbridge when there was a leak there. So the program was very valuable and very, very valuable to the community. And it gave a lot of our young people an opportunity to get into that field and to understand what that field was about. So as Dene people, protect the land for future generations. So what do you do with that? So we gotta make sure that we're very clear on where we're going with all this. It's just not just one issue, because in the world that we work in as Indigenous people, it's got to be holistic. Everything lives on everything, even as humans. So we all, whether a species, a bug, a rabbit, we all need to integrate together, because we're a species too. So let's not kill out all the little small ones here, okay? And leave some for the future. I guess I just wanted to bring that out because I really want to stress out. In Petzakin, it's always protecting the land and have a sustainable development. And so that's still in our mind, and hopefully it's in the minds of the young ones too. And I'd just like to thank you for that. And if you can apply the monitoring program to all Indigenous community, and like I said, the capacity there. In our words, the only thing I see is money. You got to pay somebody to do something. So I guess that's where I'm coming from. As an Indigenous community, we just don't have that capacity unless we have a bigger written contract with each other, right? So we don't have that now. So let's work it out. We're good people to work too. Yeah, we laugh once in a while.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenny. The question then that I'll ask the GNWT based on what we just heard is the GNWT prepared to offer the same opportunities with respect to Indigenous monitoring of voluntary Indigenous monitoring of caribou harvest, in addition to resident harvest, that it will offer to communities without settled land claims, as it will offer to communities in settled land claims with respect to the same project?
Short answer is yes.
Thank you. Great, concise answer. One point for PKFN that I forgot to mention earlier. You guys mentioned that you had a protected area or protected areas that you've been fighting for a while, and even though they're not formally protected, the reasons for their protection are still very important. If you can give us anything on the record just to show which areas we're talking about, submit that to the board if you're willing to put it on the public record. Great. If it needs to be under confidential cover, that's fine too. But it would be useful to know how that fits in with the proposed project. Okay, next I'm going to go to Jesse Tigner for the Delaunay Renewable Resource Council. Go ahead, Jesse.
Hi, thank you. This is Jesse. Can you hear me okay?
You sound great. Okay,
perfect. So I have two questions. The second one has been asked a bunch, so I think we can probably keep it pretty short. The first question is, about translating lessons learned. So in this developer's assessment report, there's a lot of discussion in a lot of different places about the potential effects and impacts on behaviors of caribou and moose and other critters, and the potential magnitude and direction of those potential impacts, and the ways that those changes may scale up to population level impacts, like reduction in population numbers. That's where it is available based on data, and where it isn't available based on interpretations and predictions and expert opinions. And that happens a lot, obviously, in a lot of different development projects in the NWT. So here's the question and the request for a commitment. If we look at the Taser, if we look at the Tlicho upgrade, and as a similar and recent project, were all of the GNWT's predictions on how caribou and moose and different critters would be affected, were those predictions different from what has been observed thus far? And if they have been, how is that experience being reflected in this developer's assessment report? And how can we translate any of those lessons learned here?
Over to the GWT. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I can try to answer. So I guess with respect to the Tlicho Highway and the monitoring programs for wildlife for that project, it's still somewhat early to say if all the predictions have borne out or not, because we're only into a couple of years of the road being open to public use. But from what we've seen for boreal caribou, at least with that project, they crossed that alignment frequently before the road was built. They're continuing to cross it frequently throughout the year. The population trend of boreal caribou in that project area has been increasing every year since we started monitoring before construction to now. So in that respect, the prediction of no significant impacts from the developer anyways, in that EA has, I guess, borne out so far. But again, we're in the first couple of years of operations, so it'll take a longer time to see what happens there. With moose, I don't think we have an answer yet. We did a survey before construction, one during construction, and there'll be another one during operation of the road. So I don't think we really have an answer for moose yet, but we haven't heard, like at the corridor working group meetings for that project, we haven't heard from participants that they've seen a decline in moose or a really large increase in harvest pressure on moose along that road. So I think the developers' predictions for that project so far are consistent with what we're seeing.
Thanks, James. Is there any potential that the fire season the NWT had last year and the changing availability of boreal caribou habitat had an influence on caribou observations in the area of the road?
Yeah, James Hodson with ECC. So specifically for the Tlicho Highway, there wasn't actually really very much fire at all during 2023 and a little bit in 2024. I don't think we'll see the impacts from those big fire years for a few years. Like what we see is that boreal caribou return to these fires almost immediately the following year. They tend to use them and actually prefer recent fires during the snow-free season for up to 10 years, and then you start to see avoidance of those fires. So we might not see the impacts from those fire seasons for a little while. Thanks.
Thanks. Actually, I was wondering if there might be a higher density in the areas that hadn't burned due to an abandonment of the areas that had just immediately burned. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah. My impression is no, but we haven't specifically tested that.
Your impression is more knowledgeable than mine, Dr. Hodson. Thank you. Jesse, you have another question?
I do. Thank you. Thanks for that, James. So the second question, I had a sort of a similarly long preamble, but I'm going to skip it because it's already really been asked a bunch. But it's about the wildlife management and monitoring plan. And I guess from a Delaney Renewable Resources Council perspective, it feels a little bit more like a plan for a plan. We see all over the DAR, and we saw all over our responses to the information requests. I'm just going to read this out. The GNWT will engage Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations, and other affected parties in the ongoing development of the wildlife management and monitoring plan. This will include appropriate input from Delaney representatives. That sentiment is been sort of mirrored here a number of times. From our perspective, it is going to be a mountain of work to develop a plan that works for and represents all interested and affected parties and communities. And committing to a commitment, it just doesn't work. So our question is like, what is and where is the real actual funded commitment to develop this plan? And how do we move forward starting now so that we're sure the plan and all of the monitoring activities and all of the mitigation activities can address the diverse values that are represented across this highway upgrade route and beyond? And how can we get going on that now instead of it being something that is a last minute agreement and it amounts to a handful of monitors from a bunch of communities helping do something that's not that clear?
Thanks, Jesse. GNWT.
Thanks, Seth Bonnet, GNWT. So to be clear again, there is a draft of the WMMP in the DAR for consideration, and engagement with interested parties is already underway to further flesh that management plan out, again, with the intent of having it fully finalized prior to construction.
Jesse, any follow-up?
I mean, I don't think that really answered my question. Like, we understand that there are a handful of mitigations, and there's a draft plan as part of the DAR, but it isn't something that has been engaged with in a way, at least from the DRRC's perspective, that is meeting the desires of the DRRC. We can't speak for other groups, but certainly we've heard a lot of similar sentiment here from other groups that it's unclear. It doesn't necessarily meet the values of interest. Data that are collected are not necessarily clear in why they're being collected, how that information is going to be used to make these really complex, high-level decisions on appropriate wildlife management in the area. So I don't know if we're really going to get an answer. That's sort of the line that the GNWT has been saying. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just, maybe, if nothing else, getting it on the record from another group that the current plan for the plan is maybe a bit lacking. And we would appreciate it to be sort of different than it is.
I don't think there's a question in there for the GNWT. They're nodding. They hear your point. It's on the transcript. I thank you for the clarification, Jesse.
Thanks.
Now, Jesse, do you have any more questions?
No, I'm good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. I'm very conscious that our agenda went till 4, and you guys have all been very good sports about possibly staying till 5. We've got 2 more questions. One from Petski First Nation and one from the Norman Wells Renewable Resource Council. And then if there's no other questions after that, I'll try to shut it down, because I'm quite committed to not go past 5 because I'm very appreciative of the extra time everyone's been prepared to devote to this.
Lisa
So,
said she's okay not asking today.
it turns out there's one question because Lisa McDonald is prepared to hold the question for a different day. So over to Pedzaki First Nation. Is it Sharon or Jane? Jane, please go ahead.
Jane Henderson, PKFN. 3 very short follow-ups and then a question. First, to acknowledge, Mr. Nishi, your question. You're asking specifically for information and recommendations from Indigenous governments and organizations, and PKFN will consider that and respond. I'd also like to ask for a clarification for one of John's questions to the GNWT. I don't think I understood or caught the answer. Your question was, are there any specific co-management frameworks that are being used? Are there any differences between ones you're considering for settled versus unsettled areas? What do you have in mind in terms of co-management frameworks? I didn't catch an answer to that question. Could you please repeat?
So the response that I provided, and again I'll clarify, is that we do work with Indigenous governments, community organizations to manage and monitor. And our plan with the WMMP is to engage directly with you guys on the development of management monitoring programs.
PKFN.
Okay. So you don't have a framework in mind that you're working towards. It's unclear to PKFN what will be brought to the table, what you're proposing in this way. So if now is not the time to answer that, that's fine. I know we're running short, but to me that answer is still leaves me with a lot of questions. The second, so acknowledging that question. Acknowledging your question, Alan, you asked if PKFN could speak to the protected areas in more detail that are relevant, and PKFN will do that, but not at this time in these sessions.
To clarify, I wasn't asking PKFN to speak to it. I was just wondering if you had a map or something that could give us a sense of the spaces we're talking about. Oh, the TK report. Yeah, that's great. Sorry, I'm losing track because it's late in the day.
Yes, and we can also provide
right,
information about the protected areas that you were asking for a visual of.
Yeah, but what you said about the TK report and the discussion to have on the site is correct. Thanks.
Okay. And the third follow-up, PKFN echoes Jesse's comments about a plan to, also we find that the DAR is full of plans to make a plan and they don't inspire confidence. And we'll just leave it at that for now. And thirdly, perhaps fourthly at this point, the question. So speaking to the impacts that the proposed route will have on caribou disturbance. So PKFN is very concerned that the proposed route will increase human disturbance of caribou. The route is already in areas that are used by caribou. All the bridges are already in critical habitat. And to PKFN, it's entirely foreseeable that use of the bridges for angling, recreational fishing, more visitors coming in, human use of those areas will only increase if the all-season road goes onto the proposed route. And so PKFN is very concerned that that increased human activity will increase human disturbance of caribou and asks how this has been considered in the assessment.
Mike Setterington's online. He could speak to how that's been assessed for caribou.
Mike, do you want to go ahead?
Roger. It's Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics in Whitehorse. How we assessed increased human disturbance on caribou. We used an approach that Environment and Climate Change Canada is used in the scientific assessment on caribou disturbance of critical habitat. And we looked at the human footprint of any linear features, and we applied a 500-meter zone of influence. And they found that that accommodated disturbance and effects on caribou populations within the footprint in a 500-meter disturbance area. And that's from studies across multiple boreal caribou populations in boreal caribou habitat. And that's how we accounted for increased human disturbance on boreal caribou.
Thanks, Jane.
Thank you, Mike. Not necessarily off the top of your head, but at some point, could you direct PKFN to where they could see that and take it apart in more detail on our own time?
I think that was to you, Mike.
Yep, I will get a specific section reference of where we included that method, and I just don't have it on hand.
Of course, thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks. I've got a question. Okay, well, actually, first, Environment and Climate Change Canada.
Hi, this is Bridget Campbell speaking for Environment Climate Change Canada. We would like to take this opportunity to address the 500-meter buffer that was applied to the project development area to calculate the types of boreal caribou habitat, and that the 500-meter buffer has been used incorrectly in this case. So the 500-meter buffer discussed in the federal recovery strategy is based on model results specific to a range level analysis of disturbance impacts on boreal caribou at the national scale. And it is therefore not appropriate for assessing project-specific impacts on boreal caribou. Instead, indirect habitat loss calculations can be made within an area around the project development area, which is justified by literature identifying zones of influence for effects from the project. The developer's assessment report, section 10.4.2.3.1.3 on page 10-51 provides relevant literature review, which could inform a more appropriate buffer of the project development area.
Is there a question attached to that?
Bridget Campbell, Canadian Wildlife Service. Would the government of Northwest Territories commit to a reassessment of the indirect habitat using a more appropriate buffer size?
Clear request for a commitment. GNWT is caucusing, and Dr. Hodson has a response as well.
I just wanted to mention that in one of the IR responses, we did look at indirect habitat loss using a range of buffer sizes. And so that might help to answer the question of whether some other number was used than 500 meters, what the implication would have been. And I see in the chat, it's MVerb 47 was the information request response that addressed that.
ECCC.
Bridget Campbell from ECCC. We'll take a moment to look at the MVerb response 47. In the meantime, I could provide the responses from earlier that we were unable to provide at that time.
Okay, we'll accept that. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Bridget Campbell again, Environment Climate Change Canada. The questions that were posed to us, question number 1 and 2, in relation to the timelines proposed for the construction of 10 years over 20 years versus the accelerated option, and which scenario does Environment Climate Change Canada think poses less less risk for boreal caribou. Environment Climate Change Canada did not review the construction schedule with respect to exposure to physical and sensory stressors to caribou, because Environment Climate Change Canada does not have expertise in this area. As Environment and Climate Change Canada noted in a letter provided to the review board on October 16, Environment Climate Change Canada can provide advice related to the National Recovery Strategy for Caribou, critical habitat, and other aspects relating to the Species at Risk Act. It is the Government of Northwest Territories who is the day-to-day manager of caribou, and they have the experts on the biology and reactions of local caribou. Regarding the third question, what our experts reasonably anticipate will occur in the NT1 range if movement in the southern regions are affected. Environment Climate Change Canada has provided an information request, ECCC 04, that requested that the Government of Northwest Territories provide more information on caribou movement. Given the limited data, it is difficult to make predictions about whether and how the all-season road will act as a barrier to movement and how those impacts will spread along the route. We had noted that the information that was currently provided is limited for the following reasons. The assessment was based solely on collar data, which represents a small portion of the population. There was much individual variation in movement shown throughout the individual based models. The information is only relevant to the collared animals and cannot discount different movements, behaviors that may occur in the uncollared population. Only females were collared, so there is no inference on males or calves, and males are known to have different movement patterns than females. There is a lack of consideration for the summer and fall season, and caribou on the east side of the road alignment were targeted for collaring, which may bias the sample. So that does not inform whether the road may act as a barrier for caribou moving west to east. So yes, for these reasons, it's difficult to make a prediction, and we're looking for more information from the Government of Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we observed in the opening comments, we agree that Government of Northwest Territories has expertise on caribou in the specific habitat, but also that every one of the government's experts, because of the whole of government approach, is working for the developer. So which changes the context a little bit. A comment from or question from Todd Slack.
Thanks, Alan. Todd Slack with Delano Golden Government. A couple rapid fires here. I just want to clarify what the commitment on the WEMP is. I think I heard Mr. Bennett say that they would be providing an updated WEMP prior to construction. Is that right? Or could he restate what the commitment is, please?
First, I'll ask if the GNWT can confirm that.
Seth one at GNWT. So the WEMP will require a formal review, and it will need to be approved prior to construction.
Thanks. Todd Slack here with DGG. Following on DRRC's question, I think this one's directed at Mr. Hodgson. I'm looking at the policy guidance you have for developing WEMPs, and I'm looking at the EA outline in particular. So your guidance to proponents is that the developer is submitting updated draft WEMPs prior to the deadline for technical reports. Parties to the EA, EIS, will submit comments on the draft WEMP in their technical reports. Do you believe that the proponent in this case should be submitting an updated WEMP prior to the technical reports?
They submitted a WIMP with the DAR, and following the technical reports, that WIMP could be updated again once we see those technical comments. There wasn't an updated WIMP provided prior to the technical session, but I don't really know that there was time to update it realistically.
Thanks. And I know it's late. It's Todd Slack with DGG here again. I'm going to ask that question again, Mr. Hodgson. Is it ECC's expectation that a WIMP, oh, sorry, I don't want to. I see you're talking to the proponent's consultant there. Is it ECC's expectation that the proponent submit an updated WIMP with the technical reports as outlined in your guidance, specifically in diagram 2 of the WIMP development process and content guide?
Todd, just a clarification here. When you say technical reports, you're referring to the documents that we sort of now call interventions more, right? Same thing?
Todd Slack with DGG. That's my assumption, Alan. I'm using the language in the in ECC's WIMP process and content guide. So that's a question you might want to direct to Mr. Hodgson.
Okay, so then the question that I have for the GNWT is, will the GNWT submit an updated WIMP prior to parties' interventions?
Thanks, Seth, at GNWT. So as of right now, we have provided the draft WIMP. We are collecting comments. We are engaging on it right now. If there is a need to provide an update to it, we can. But as of right now, I don't believe there's any current plan.
Thanks, Mr. Burnett. If I might, to redirect the question to Mr. Hodgson. Mr. Hodgson, is there a need, just by looking at your guidelines, it suggests that their best practice or whatever evidence this was based on in terms of its development, is there a need for GNWT to submit such a updated document?
To me, it would make more sense to, well, I don't know, what's the timeline between now and technical interventions?
So the round 2 interventions will happen after, the interventions will happen after our second round of information requests, which follow the technical sessions, as well as depend on how long the GNWT takes to do the developer's assessment report addendum. So if it comes out at the same time as the developer's assessment report addendum, it's still early enough for parties to consider when they're producing their intervention.
Okay, yeah, then in that case, I do think it makes sense to provide an updated WIMP that incorporates the responses to information requests and what's in the technical interventions.
So in that case, I'd like to record that as a commitment to produce.
Can I clarify that?
Oh,
Todd was asking me that question as a regulator and as an author of the guidelines, I'm providing my opinion in that role, but it's not my place to.
Fair enough.
I think that the rest of the team needs to decide on what the commitment is, not me.
No,
okay,
I'm
Todd. Go ahead.
It's Todd Slack with DGG. You're the regulator. It is your place to say what these guidelines mean for proponents. That's where this gets problematic. And I'll just point out that if the proponent just says, Yeah, we'll get started, we'll do it. You know what? This goes away. Solve the problem instead of saying no to everything.
So GNWT, Seth, are you prepared to get started and do it? To have the updated WMMP available to parties prior to their interventions?
So I would say yes, we are currently engaging on the WMMP, and as part of the addendum, any amendments or updates to the draft WEMP will be provided at that time.
May I take that as a commitment?
Thanks. And Todd Slack with.
No, hold on,
DPG.
Todd. I wasn't asking you if I could take it as a commitment. I was asking the GNWT if I could take it.
Oh,
as a commitment.
sorry. I thought it was taken. Pardon me.
Yes.
Thank you, Todd.
I support all of GNWT's commitments. And as my final question to Mr. Hodgson, listen, man, we've been through a lot of these over the years. Do you think that in any other circumstance, that if we were at the technical sessions for Gachagua, for any other large industrial development, that we would be sitting here with a very preliminary WEMP and that ECC wouldn't be making the kind of comments that all the parties here rely on their expertise for?
I have been through a number of EAs and I have seen equally drafty WEMPs provided at this stage of EAs before. So I consider the process to date normal. The WEMP was actually provided earlier in this process than it was during the Tlicho Highway. So a lot more time for input on it. So I feel like this is just the normal process.
Okay, Todd, if you have any questions on other matters, I'll take them now. If not, then I'm going to take the facilitator's prerogative of the last question. Maybe it's a double question, but we've heard concern raised earlier today about potential wildlife vehicle collisions. Much of what I've read in the developer's material relies on different speed limits at different spots and possible signage. I'm pretty sure about the signage. What I'm wondering is, has the developer considered the effectiveness of different ways of mitigating vehicle wildlife collisions, specifically considering what we heard in Toledo about the difficulty of responding to emergencies due to limited things like ambulance access and hospital access, and the concern for wildlife that we heard today about potential wildlife vehicle collisions during operation of the project, thinking more operation than construction here. So there are a number of different ways that different jurisdictions have tried to reduce these collisions, but collisions in a more remote setting become more harder to respond to, and therefore the consequences sometimes can be greater. But also from a wildlife perspective, that's why I'm raising it now. So has the GNWT looked at how effectively different approaches to mitigating that impact actually are?
Mike Setterington with Environmental Dynamics. The mitigation proposed for reducing wildlife vehicle collisions, it does come from research, and particularly work that we've done in the Yukon, looking at a wildlife vehicle collision database on our paved highways with high speeds. And we find that speed reduction seems to be the most effective. Again, there's no scientific study behind that. And signage as early warning seems to be effective as well too in high collision areas. It seems to be straightforward, practical suggestions. However, proving effectiveness would require an experimental design that hasn't been approached anywhere. So signage and speed limits were what was suggested for an operational road. For the construction, one of the mitigations that we suggested was reducing the speed limits down to 50 kilometers an hour during construction on sections of the road. I don't know if that answers your question, Al. It was there were a few items in there that I might not have caught.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not you've looked at the effectiveness of different methods, not just in the Yukon, but possibly from further afield. My understanding is that reducing the speed limit, slower speeds are effective if reducing the speed limit effectively reduces people's speeds, and that there are challenges in different settings with respect to wildlife vehicle collisions. So I was wondering whether or not you have looked at any systematic research on the effectiveness of different approaches beside the Yukon. But I think what I've heard is you've looked at the Yukon, and speed and signage is right now your preferred method. Did I sum that up okay?
That'd be correct for what we presented, yes.
Okay, I understand your position. And now, before we wrap it up, I'm going to ask Catherine to summarize. What are these?
Undertakings and commitments.
To summarize a short list of undertakings and commitments for the day. Go ahead, Catherine.
All right, thank you. If the people who the undertakings and commitments relate to can stay just for a couple minutes so we can confirm the wording, I'm just going to summarize. We're not going to get into detailed, I think, going over all the wording right now. We documented, Mallory's been faithfully listening to our conversation and documenting undertakings and commitments. The first undertaking we documented was for the in response to a request from Pedzaki First Nation for the GNWT to confirm if the water crossings and bridges that were built along the Mackenzie Valley Winter Highway, if they were built with the all-season road in mind. That was from this morning. No?
We already responded to that.
Okay. Did you guys get the response? I know we talked about it further, but as well as the economic. Can you?
Bridge report and the economic business case report.
Part of the request we think was also about the economic business case report that was to be submitted.
If it's available.
If it's available.
Before the end of the year.
Maybe we'll take a few minutes after and go over that. Okay, the second was the others were more recent, so they're closer in my memory. The second one is for Pedzaki First Nation to submit their additional questions to the GNWT and to the review board staff regarding routing and the project description. And then
that's tonight, so we can get
that's tonight or overnight. And then tomorrow the GNWT will provide more information about when they might be able to respond, and that might lead to a new undertaking for the GNWT. But for now, it's just the undertaking to Pedzaki on that topic.
I thought they were going to respond tomorrow. Maybe not.
Yeah. The third one is, oh, this might have been where the economic one was, Mark, from Todd. Oh. There was a question about, will the road contractor be instructed to also consider not reasonably foreseeable developments? And yes, and so that was something that you guys were going to come back and respond to. And then finally, there was a requested reference from Pedzaki First Nation that GNWT was going to provide. And so that was an undertaking that you guys were going to provide more information in the specific reference. I think that might have been to Mike. So we'll get that down. And then the one commitment that we have recorded was about updating the WIMP with the DAR addendum prior to the hearing interventions. Sound right to everybody? Other than a bit of confusion around the first one, we'll just figure that out.
Yeah, and the answer to it's Mike Setterington with EDI. The answer to PKFN, it's in the chat. So we addressed human disturbance on caribou and DAR Chapter 10, Section 10.4.1.1, change in habitat. Page 1041 to 1042.
Okay, I see they're writing it down. Okay, so now we're down to 3 of them, right?
Yeah. But we'll start the rest of that. I'm good.
Okay. I want to give my sincere thanks to all of you. You've been here for a long and very action-packed and demanding, but I think a productive discussion. I appreciate that the tone stayed respectful. I know these are subjects that matter very much to people who could be affected for a very long time by this, and who have spent a long time designing a project and who are looking at the prospects of having to live with projects in different ways. I thank you all for those of you, particularly those of you who had to come a really long way to be here. I know several of you flew in to get here, and we appreciate the extra depth of knowledge and perspectives that you bring to our discussions and to the thoughtful questions and to the thoughtful responses. So with that, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30. Is there anything else closing in this? That's it. Thank you all very much. Go well.